Ja, wie gesagt, wir machen weiter mit Not for Broadcast. Ich hatte eigentlich in der letzten Session geplant, es durchzuspielen. Oder zumindest mal war das so meine Idee. Das Game ist dann doch länger, als ich dachte. Und vor allem ist es halt krasser, als ich dachte. Weiß nicht, wer das letzte Mal alles dabei war. Aber aus dem cuten, lustigen, hey, wir schneiden eine News-Sendung und sind Arbeiter eines Fernsehsenders und versuchen da irgendwie die Einschaltquoten oben zu halten, wurde dann sehr schnell die Story sehr, sehr ernst. The fuck? Manche versuchen sich Tauben auf mein Dachfenster zu setzen und merken einfach, oder nicht mehr merken, die rutschen einfach dann, weil halt flach, glatt und so. Weasel, hi. Einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Und dann geben sie es nicht auf, ne? Dann kraxeln die Scheibe wieder hoch und ist auch egal, nicht so wichtig. Ja, die Story wurde dann stellenweise sehr düster und sehr extrem. Womit ich nicht gerechnet hätte, was ich in der Tat aber ziemlich cool fand, muss ich sagen. Also, ich mag Geschichten, die vielleicht harmlos anfangen und deren Stakes, sage ich mal, und auch deren Ernsthaftigkeit dann irgendwann zunimmt. Und genau das war der Fall bei der letzten Session von Not for Broadcast. Und ich würde sagen, wir machen jetzt einfach genau da weiter, wo wir letztes Mal aufgehört haben. Weasel, wie geht's dir? Wie war dein Wochenende bisher? Wie geht's dem werten Befinden? Wo hab ich's denn? Jetzt habe ich irgendwas gestern gemacht, weswegen mein ganzer Desktop irgendwie abgefuckt ist. Ich habe so schöne Ordnung auf meinem Desktop gehabt und jetzt sind alle Icons darum und hin und her und unordentlich und hast du nicht gesehen. Not a big fan. Sorry, Windows Sounds. I'm sorry. So. Wo war's denn jetzt? Da.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Das war das Spiel. Ich war sehr kurz sehr verwirrt. There we go. Aber ich glaube, ich hatte die Cam nicht hier. Sondern hier, glaube ich, irgendwo. Müssen wir mal schauen. Also, ja. Um nochmal kurz wiederherzustellen, was letzte Mal... Ach, du warst das, Jackie. Ich habe genau in dem Augenblick habe ich gerade die Kopfhörer aufgelegt. Da habe ich schon gehört. Okay. Ja. Nochmal ganz kurz zusammengefasst. Wir sind Live-Schneider, Regisseur. Wie nennt man das? Ich sag mal Regisseur einer Nachrichtensendung. Und können quasi entscheiden, wie die einzelnen Aspekte des News-Programms repräsentiert werden. Wir können Dinge zensieren, wir können Dinge in den Vordergrund stellen, in den Hintergrund stellen und somit auch ein bisschen die Meinung des Volks mitentscheiden. Und ein Verein, ein politischer Verein, der zu Beginn auch, also den ersten paar Folgen, sag ich mal, auch relativ frisch aufgetreten ist in dieser Welt. Advanced heißen die. Die zu Beginn auch recht eigentlich sympathisch wirkten und so ein sehr kommunistisch angehauchte Politik verfolgen, wurden inzwischen halt gewählt, aber bauen inzwischen eine relativ klassische Diktatur quasi auf. Mit Hilfe wie soll ich sagen, der Gunst der Bürger, die sich zu Beginn halt durch den Ausgleich von Finanzmitteln über alle Bürger hinweg verschafft haben und andere Dinge. Also die haben erstmal viel Gutes getan für die Bürger oder zumindest für viele Bürger und hatten somit viel Fürsprecher und konnten damit tun und lassen, was sie wollen dann erstmal. Ja, und sind jetzt so kleine Diktatur. Nicht nur klein. Die hatten die haben, glaube ich, Bombenanschläge schon durchgeführt, weil gewisse Parteien nicht so gespielt haben, wie die wollten. Und auch wir waren ein Aspekt davon. Einer der Nachrichtensprecher, die da bisher gearbeitet haben, hat sich quasi für den Verein, der sich gegen Advance gestellt hat, die hießen Disrupt oder so. Ich muss gleich nochmal schauen, wie die hießen. Ja, einer der Nachrichtensprecher, der sich für Disrupt ausgesprochen hat, hat sogar sich live on camera während der Nachrichtenshow das Leben genommen. Hat sich schön eine Kugel gegeben. Und das war so ziemlich aus dem Nichts und emotional erstmal sehr schockierend, nachdem das Spiel zu Beginn eigentlich relativ lustig, halt ernst. Also die Welt war schon in sich geschlossen und nachvollziehbar und realistisch, aber halt auch super goofy. Ich glaube, ich kein besseres Wort dafür. Goofy. Aber dann haben die Entwickler halt auch nicht davor zurückgeschreckt oder sind nicht davor zurückgeschreckt, in so einer Welt auch solche politisch extremen Themen anzusprechen. Und das, da sind wir gerade so. Ich glaube, wir haben in der letzten Folge gerade miterlebt, dass Advanced, ich glaube, das Volk bedroht hat, sogar mit Nuklearanschlägen, wenn mich nicht alles täuscht, wenn die nicht so machen, wie sie wollen, nicht ihre ID-Card oder ihre Membership-Card, wie sie es nennen, quasi akzeptieren, damit man sie besser überwachen kann und so weiter und so fort. Und ja, wir sind jetzt quasi, glaube ich, gerade auf dem Weg zurück von der letzten Arbeit und zwischen den Fernsehen. Warte, ich muss mein Ding noch ändern, meine Kategorie mal noch ändern. Zwischen den einzelnen Fernsehen, News, Report, Schneidegeschichten, hat man immer einzelne Sektionen, wo man dann dein Privatleben ein bisschen managt. Und ja, in so einer sind wir gerade. Moment mal kurz. Britisch, trocken, zynisch, hart, aber fair. Ja, trifft sehr gut. Es ist hat wirklich einen sehr britischen Akzent, ne? Sowohl von dem, wie die reden, aber auch wie sie sich verhalten. Falls ihr versteht, was ich meine. So, lass mal gerade den Streamtitel ändern. Good. Hell yeah. Guti. Stil, ja. Also ich habe das Wort Akzent bewusst benutzt. Ich finde, das passt ziemlich gut. Denn an die Ausdrucksweise gewisser Regionen und Sprachzentren, nee, das ist kein gutes Wort, haust oftmals auch eine gewisse Mentalität inne. So auch Großbritannien. Gut, wir sind jetzt bei Tag 371. Proportionate response. The rest of your shift passes in a blur, with the same words going around and around in your head. Operates working for advanced detonated nuclear explosives. Oh, die haben das schon. Die haben schon Nuklearsprengsätze losgelassen. Initial estimates put a death toll into the millions. Did this really just happen? You pull into the driveway with no memory of the journey home. The light in the front room is on. Clearly, someone else is still awake. The door creaks open into the living room, and you find Sam sitting on the sofa, staring at the TV. The screen is off, and they're clearly lost in thought. You have a seat beside them and put a reassuring hand on their shoulder. Ach, und übrigens vielleicht auch gerade für die YouTube-Welt später. Ich bin ein bisschen heiser. Gewöhnt euch dran. Für den ganzen Abend so bleiben. Es tut mir leid, ich packe meine Barry Manilow-Stimme, meine Barry White-Stimme so gut wie es geht aus und versuche meine Verbalkünste so smooth wie möglich zu halten. Aber wir müssen jetzt alle damit leben. Anyway. They start at your touch, breaking them out of their stupor. They start at your touch, breaking them out of their stupor. They attempt a smile, but you can see it strained. Sorry, I didn't hear you come in. I was thinking about... Sam stops, shaking their head. So many people, I can't quite believe it. I know, it's terrible. Nothing short of an atrocity. All those people, those poor people. How can anyone think this is okay? Sam's eyes are blazing with anger, and then they look to you. It's clear they're expecting agreement. I know. We've seen eye to eye with the government in this house, but I never thought they were capable of this. Und jetzt können wir sagen, it was us or them that have forced us to starve in advance. They would have forced us to starve in advance, hadn't stopped us. Nee, warte mal. It was us or them. Them im Sinne von die Leute, die jetzt weggenukt wurden. Hä? They have forced us all to starve if Advanced hadn't stepped in. I know. Oder there had to be another way. Killing millions of people is never the answer. No shit, Sherlock. Millionen Menschen umbringen? Nicht Millionen Menschen umbringen. Ich bin so ein bisschen weit am Rand. Ich verstehe nicht mal, was das da für eine Entscheidung ist überhaupt. Relief sweeps across Sam's face. Exactly. No reasoning in the world could make killing so many innocent people the right thing to do. Sam kisses you before heading to the kitchen, calling over their shoulder. You're lucky you can actually make a difference. Help people know what's really going on. But is it that simple? Wait, what? Sind wir gerade einfach 500 Tage... Wait, what? Yeah, sorry, what's going on? Dorado, hi, schönen guten Abend. Das alte Regime, es gab kein altes Regime, das war vorher eine ganz normale, Demokratie, schätze ich mal. Die wurden ja auch gewählt, ganz normal. Übel, ey. Achso, ganz kurz noch was losschicken, was ich eben tun wollte, noch nicht gemacht habe. Oh, ich kann nicht schreiben, ey. Not for broadcast. Hell yeah. Okay. Ich bin by the way mal sehr gespannt. Wir werden ja, wenn wir später mit Elden Ring weitermachen, ja unter Umständen auch nochmal den Millennia Fight nochmal versuchen. Und die scheint wohl im letzten Patch so weitgehend zerstört worden zu sein, dass die um einiges schwerer ist als vorher. Ich weiß nicht warum, ich habe den vorher nicht gekannt, den Kampf. Und von dem, was Leute erklärt haben, ist das auch nicht eingetreten, was eigentlich passieren sollte, was es schwerer macht. Aber habe jetzt aus mehreren Quellen gehört, dass jetzt in dem aktuellen Patch das rückgängig gemacht sein soll und der Kampf jetzt wieder um einiges einfacher sein soll. Ich bin sehr gespannt. Ich bin sehr gespannt. Hi Cefix, einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Hi, na? Schön, dass du hier bist. Wie geht's dir? Okay. Plötzlich, knapp 2 Jahre später. It's a seemingly ordinary morning. But as you get into work, you find a small crowd gathered in the break room. When you go in to grab your first cup of tea of the day, you can't help but overhear some excited chatter. Didn't you hear? Yeah. Another one's gone missing. Oh, what's that bring the total up to now? Oh, I should think over 100 at this point. They won't all have been reported or noticed yet. Sorry, what's going on? An excited young woman turns to you and begins to explain. Another professor went missing from Queensview University. With all the other disappearances over the last year, scientists, doctors, researchers... She paused before lowering her voice to a whisper. It's clearly disrupt, targeting the people speaking out against them. Denkst du, okay. I even heard advanced are struggling to prevent further. A deep, familiar voice from behind interrupts. What exactly is going on here? A silence overtakes the room as you all turn in unison towards the doorway. Bozeman clears his voice before continuing. I've told you before, I don't want to hear about so-called disappearances. Come on now, people. Advance have been very clear that there's nothing to worry about. Or the disappearances. They're nothing to worry about. Which means they're not our problem. And unless they start classing cappuccinos as an intellectual. And unless they start classing cappuccinos as an intellectual, I don't think anyone here has anything to worry about. Best get back to work. Okay. Bozeman holds up a hand to keep you as everyone else flies out of the room. Ne, file, den Raum verlassen hat. Look, I know you have a habit of doing what you want, but things are different now. Advance runs the show. They've made their feelings clear, so I'm doing the same. Channel 1's official position is that the government has things well in their hands. Nothing more, nothing less. I trust I won't be hearing talk about this again. He gives you a courteous nod before leaving. It seems that, for better or for worse, public ownership is now in full swing. Okay, nochmal 100 Tage später. Wir springen da ganz schön rum, ey. A career in the making. Man verliert halt auch so ein bisschen so den Bezug zum Hauptcharakter, wenn quasi immer hunderte von Tagen vorbeigehen, ohne dass wir Bezug darauf haben, was passiert in der Zwischenzeit. A career in the making. You drum your fingers on the steering wheel impatiently as you wait for Charlie again. It's great. He's enjoying the cohesion cadets and is so enthusiastic. But does he really need to stay behind every week to help? It's your Saturday evening too, after all. Finally, you see him at the exit hall, a grin on his face. Joshne, Heina. You can't help but smile back, the frustration starting to fade as you see him so genuinely happy. After hugging his friends goodbye, Charlie heads over to the car, gets in, his face flush with excitement. So how was? You're interrupted as he can't contain himself any longer. Guess what? What? You play along with a smile. Sure. So, obviously, the Cohesion Cadets is a starting point for becoming a CCO. Oh no. So, we get a head start when applying for that. Charlie gushes, clearly keen on explaining his news, almost tripping over the words in his efforts to tell you. Well, apparently, from next year, the top 5% of cadets will be taken into a special program to become CCMs, Community Cohesion Managers. And guess who's gonna be in it? He beams at you. That's great, Charlie. We're all so proud of you. I don't know. Sind wir proud of Charlie? Ich meine, wenn die CCOs oder CCMs die Vorstufe zum CCO sind, was ja jetzt quasi der, naja, so ein bisschen die von Advanced private Polizei quasi ist, wenn ich mich recht entsinne, dann ist das gar nicht mal so cool, dass der ein Teil davon ist. Deswegen sage ich mal, I see. And what exactly do these community cohesion managers do? Oh well, basically, they need a new liaison team, team between regular people, the CCOs, and the betterment department. The betterment department. Lecky. Heina. Wie geht's, wie steht's? Ja, in einem Stück nach Hause gekommen. Was? Ich klinge ganz normal. Was kann ich, was du hast? Ist alles genau wie immer. And that'll be us. People come to us with concerns and we'll decide whether they need referrals and if so, to which department. Cool, right? Sounds great. Congratulations, buds. Oder you're gonna be helping people to report their friends and neighbors? Ja, so ein bisschen, ne? Es hilft halt nicht unbedingt, dass ich jetzt gerade vor ein paar Tagen 1984 zu Ende geaudiobucht habe. Und ja, in dem Buch ist halt die dystopische Zukunft so weit, dass die meisten Kinder so weit sind, dass sie jegliches, auch nur einigermaßen fragwürdiges Verhalten sofort an den Staat melden und die meistens dann sofort verschwinden. Die entsprechenden Leute. Ja. Na, wie ist es, Blackie? Wie war die Heimreise? Okay. Ja, deswegen, ich bin da mal sehr skeptisch. Well, yeah, I guess, but only bad people. It's about helping the community, making it safer for everyone. Charlie frowns at you. You don't like the CCOs or the betterment teams? No, it's not that. Forget about it. Well done, but I'm proud of you. No. I'm just worried about them having that much power and turning people against each other. Yeah. You're starting to sound like the people that Advance are trying to help. You're starting to sound like the people that Advance are trying to help. Charlie looks at you, a serious expression on his face. Don't worry. I'll make sure that everyone gets support they need. This is a good thing for the community, and the team will be able to help everyone. He nods to himself and sits back in the seat. The mood in the car is somewhat icy for the rest of the journey. Hope this is not a sign of where things are going. Well, it probably is. It probably is. Unbequem, nur 4 von 5 Sternen. Uff, yikes. What? Dinge brennen, cool. A spark to light the flames. After coming downstairs to grab breakfast, the peace and quiet tells you the rest of your family must still be asleep. You decide to eat in the living room and watch some TV while you can before someone else monopolizes it. Doch, ja, monopolizes it. Ich kann mir vorstellen, was das Wort bedeutet, oder ich weiß es, aber ich habe das, glaube ich, noch nie ausgesprochen in dem Kontext. Also eine Monopolarität, schon klar, aber Monopolar. Auf Deutsch wird es heißen monopolarisiert. Monopolarisiert. Und schon wieder raus. Alles klar, Josie. Hab einen schönen Abend. Halt die Ohren steif. Jesus, Blackie. Hast du zu viele Flötenpunkte? Okay. Ich versuche während dem Game so wenig wie möglich anderes Zeug nebenbei zu machen, aber ich habe es nicht deaktiviert, deswegen wäre es nicht fair. There you go. Und deinen Glückskeks kriegst du später, ja? Erinnere mich bitte dran. Sag mal, wenn wir hier durch sind, ja? Sorry. Aber ich würde mich ja ganz gerne auf die Story konzentrieren. This is breaking news. Reports are coming in from across the country that large swaths of farmland went up in flames last night as part of what authorities are calling a heinous and well-planned act of terrorism by a group known as Disrupt. You drop your spoon back into the porridge and turn up the volume. Wow. Ich kann dir auch die Punkte zurückgeben, wenn du magst, Blackie. Dann kannst du einen anderen mal einlösen. In addition to food stores, which government sources have said will put a stain on universal menu centers countrywide, a number of CCO and public buildings were targeted in last night's attack. According to Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, specific prison and re-education and betterment facilities were raided, and a small selection of problematic and potentially dangerous individuals were forcibly extracted from lawful custody. Alles klar, warte. Ja. Warte, Blackie, da kriegst du nur Flöten wieder. Und dann, und dann machen wir das ein andermal. Warte. Hier. There you go. Die haben ihre Flöten zurück. You hold your breath, waiting to hear if anyone got hurt. Unfortunately, it appears that the CCOs were ill-equipped for an event like this, and Disrupt seemed much more efficient and well-organized in comparison. While most of the targeted locations were thankfully empty of people, given the lateness of the hour, the betterment centers were fully staffed when they came under attack. 17 CCOs and 4 administrative staff lost their lives as a result of the brutal actions of Disrupt last night, with countless more injured, many serious and rushed to hospitals. A few Disrupt members were captured during the conflict, but the vast majority seemed to have evaded capture so far. More on this as it develops. You go to turn off the TV. You're interrupted by Charlie walking into the living room, barely eyed with a piece of toast. No, barely, bleary-eyed from yours. Anything interesting going on? He gestures to the TV. Mutely, you leave the news on as they cycle through the story again. Charlie watches in hushed silence. By the end of the broadcast, they're dubbing it the Night of Fire. Everything's going to be okay, right? It's all gonna be fine, but hope so. We'll have to see. I mean, wir bleiben mal positiv. Ich weiß nicht, ob immer die positive Aussage in dem Fall quasi pro Advance eher geht und die negative oder die untere von den beiden dann eher pro Disrupt. Aber in dem Fall wird es keinen Sinn machen. Ich würde mal sagen, yep, passt schon, Buddy. Alles wird gut. Okay. Wir sind jetzt schon fast 3 Jahre drin. Oh. Wir haben eine Fernsehsession. Krass. Loading screens can be skipped by inventing a time machine. Wow. So funny, Mr. Game. So funny. The Loading Screens könnten vielleicht dadurch verkürzt werden, indem das Spiel ein bisschen besser programmiert wäre. Aber hey, Details. The Uprising. Ich bin gespannt. A year and a half since Liberation Night. Oh.
Alex, are you receiving? This is Alan James. The revolution starts tonight, Alex, and we need your help. Throughout this broadcast, we're going to ask you to do things that will directly help with this mass protest. I'll be talking to you regularly tonight, and I'll also be tracking you when I can. Please help get our message out. We're on the verge, Alex. You've always been fair and balanced in your approach to us. With your help, we can tip the balance in our favor. If you play our tape at the second break, that's when we think it will have the most impact. It's on your right.
Okay. Crazy Neil, hell yeah. Okay.
I don't want to go on a date with your cousin, Colin.
What have you got to lose?
My dignity, my reputation.
It's all right once you get past the teeth and the problematic tattoo.
I am perfectly capable of messing up my own love life. Sorry about that. David
Ja.
didn't get off the phone.
Oh, it's David single.
Wo ist denn der Aft? Hi, schönen guten Abend.
Stay out of it.
I can
Wie geht's, wie steht's?
I'm an expert at romance. Ask my ex-wife.
Ja, also jetzt wird hier Alan Jones und so hieß der, ne?
You're not
Oh ja.
his type, babe.
Wird jetzt uns während der Show
4, 3.
Anweisungen geben.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News,
Gott.
broadcasting across the territories. My name is
Ob ich noch weiß, wie das Spiel funktioniert nach...
tonight. Ashes to ashes. It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted attacks across the territory.
Geh mal dahin.
The coordinated action, dubbed the Night of Fire by commentators, was seen as an attempt to subvert the supply chain, but there may have been more to it.
Geh mal auf Punkt B.
After a roadside IED toppled the convoy, prisoners, including Portia Hamilton Mann, the daughter of the former Prime Minister, were freed and have subsequently vanished. The escapees are presumed to have fled the territories. Here at Channel 1, we say good riddance to bad rubbish.
What?
Food, glorious food. With the last of the menu centres opening in territories 5, 8 and 14 today, Advance confirmed that the programme is now in full operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future. What started as rationing during the 20-week war has blossomed into a social contract that is the envy of the unawakened world. Jack Tractorpants, spokesman for the menu centres, said today that while they can guarantee the contents of every box is nutritious, the actual quality of the meals you cook depends on whether you have a touch of Chef Jordan Rankley or the culinary skills of a
Boo. Boo. Okay.
If I were a rich man, problems in territories 11, 17 and 22 today.
If I were a rich man.
Economies. With seemingly no awareness of irony, the former CEOs and MDs have come together to form the Wealth Creators Union, with demands including a return to 150% bonus.
Okay, ich verstehe den Unterschied natürlich in den beiden Bildern.
Groveling zones. Advance
no.
have been quick to respond, saying if they would rather quit their cushy jobs to become nurses or teachers, they'll earn significantly more than they used to pay their own workforce. Thus far, no one has taken up the challenge. Some fun now. Signs of ever more resistance to
Ist ein bisschen schwierig zu unterscheiden, was die einzelnen Bilder hier aussagen sollen. Aber das sind definitiv die Entscheidungen, die die öffentliche Meinung am meisten beeinflussen, schätze ich mal.
Disrupt spokesperson Alan James said that the movement was reaching what he described as a critical mass. A poor choice of words given recent history. 3 of our regular stories reach their natural conclusions tonight. CEO RIP. Sad news today as the remains of missing Sophia Remington were found this morning at the company's Grizzleford facility.
What's the difference?
Sophia had become ever more reclusive following the total and utter failure of
What's the difference?
Having flung herself into one of the toxic preparation vats, she was only identifiable by her ears. A spokesman for Remington's Fist said, Sophia will remain in our hearts and in the approximately 45,000 flags that rolled off the production line in the last few days. A tragic ending for Sophia Remington after a turbulent 2.5 years since she took over the company. Fun guy. Unexpected news today as 2 familiar scientists announced the birth of
Wie das gleiche, ja, das gleiche Bild.
The underground struggle of doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sporsborg-Horgensvoort captured the hearts of people around the world.
Ich liebe ihren Namen,
And
ey.
after an arduous return voyage, which
Horgenboards.
say they've never been happier. Baby Dante is said to be healthy, if a bit partial to the airing couple.
Baby Dante?
Thinking outside the box. The fate of Johnny Hamsleeves was
Warte mal.
revealed today as his publicist released this new image of the sportsman. The accompanying statement said that
Aber
the experimental work of
wait.
the doctor and his
Ist das
Johnny did not die of his rare and fatal illness.
haben wir
Instead, he will live a
werden wir gerade beeinflusst?
as soon as we've worked out where to find a new body and how to pop him in there.
Wait, werden wir gerade manipuliert? Weil alle Bilder gleich waren?
For the notice board as well.
Für die letzten 3?
Peek at the hottest ticket in town. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News. And titles.
Oh Gott. Oh, wir können hier. Ja, wir können hier bleiben.
Take back control. Soon it will be time for you to help us again. Come out of your houses, block the traffic, bring the capital to a standstill. I've met so many of you in my travels up and down Territory 1. You always ask the same question. How can I help? Well, this is how. And as for when, you'll know. Keep watching.
Okay. Oh, der macht automatisch jetzt. Wie cool. Der hat das automatisch das Ding laut gestellt. Oh, Sorry. Ja, ist ja gut. Oh, interference. Jesus, chill. Alles im Griff.
Patrick Bannon is live from Parliament Park, where Julius Salisbury
eskaliert.
is breaking ground on what will soon be a memorial garden in Peter's honor.
Dabei war es fast auf der richtigen. Okay.
Through her teeth about missing that poor bastard.
Patrick,
I don't know what I'm going to do.
we're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick?
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping
Hello,
her.
Patrick, we're
Of
live.
course, I can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days.
There.
Ah, she's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide. Hello, Megan. You join me here live from the what?
Toll.
Lost some signal there for a moment. Well, we will be going live to that groundbreaking ceremony just as soon as we can get Patrick back. Meanwhile, let me just say...
Warum ist das auf Platz 3 gewesen? Habe ich verwirrt. Ich wollte auf Platz 2 wechseln.
Peek at the designs, and Alana Marsh has done a fabulous job. Oh, okay, all right. It seems like we have got the signal back. We can now go live to Patrick Bannon in Parliament Park.
Thank you, Megan. I'm Patrick Bannon, and we are
Ist das so?
live here.
Wer bist du jetzt?
Apologies for the technical difficulties there, but any moment now, Julius Salisbury will be on stage behind me.
Alex, Bozeman
and
here.
dedicate
The boys in
performance to
editing
a
have just
great
informed me that the eulogy
departure
footage
of
isn't fully cut
Peter
together yet.
Clement.
You're going to have to do it on the fly.
The
For goodness sake, make sure you make it look
crowd
good.
been slowly gathering since this afternoon.
This is Alan. You can undermine them here and help us win hearts and minds. Make him look bad, Alex. Really bad.
Okay, wir können jetzt sie quasi,
Getting underway here
das ist ja unsere
Julius Salisbury
quasi Diktatorin jetzt, ne?
to begin her address.
Können sie jetzt so ein bisschen scheiße darstellen lassen.
Good evening, fellow teammates and friends. 500 days ago, all of our lives
Wie machen wir das?
changed irrevocably. Still reeling
Boo.
from the tribulations of Liberation Night, another great loss befell the people of the
What?
newly united
Warum?
territories.
Achso, weil ich lange auf demselben Bild
A
bin.
leader, a statesman, a dear friend, and a hero. Peter Gordon Clement.
Peter's death at the age of just 62, of course, announced by the team on the 24th of December, just 6 weeks after Liberation Night.
Ah, I see.
Born to a working-class family on a housing estate in
Ah,
Norfolk,
okay.
Peter first trained as a carpenter before getting his start on television. First moving and building scenery, and then developing into the personality
Jesus.
that we all knew and loved.
Ich will erst mal angucken, was ich da auswähle überhaupt.
First hit our screens over 25 years ago, running for 11 series, winning multiple awards, and charming audiences up and down the country.
Peter taught us, all of us, not to be content with the way things are, not to accept inequities, no matter how small. But he
das
also
ist-
taught us what it
Muss ich sauschnell entscheiden, welches der beiden Footage-Kanäle da positiv und welches negativ ist.
and hard, bloody graft.
Across a career spanning 3 decades, Peter Clement was known for shows including Wake Up, It's Saturday, and much later, late night chat show PT, which at its peak drew millions of viewers.
Peter was by no means a saint. Trust me, he once told me he had more regrets than he'd had stolen dinners. He always did have a knack for a turn of phrase.
Ja, ich verstehe die beiden Channels 1 und 2 nicht.
Strength of his character.
Die
Chose to share with us
zeigen irgendwie random Zeug.
alongside his achievements, his faults as well as his talents. Peter had the heart to give it all he had for the people of these united territories.
Famous for his potty mouth, it's estimated conservatively that Peter Clement uttered over 1.5 million swear words during his career, though some sources put this figure well in excess of 2 million F-bombs alone.
Gripped by illness as he was in the weeks and months leading up to Liberation Night, he wasn't the man we loved. But his eyes still twinkled with that familiar joy for life, that spark of wit and wisdom of a life lived for others.
Prime Minister Clement, of course, died from apparent liver failure after suffering from the long-term effects of alcohol abuse.
I first met Peter
Was ist mit dem eigentlich auf sich?
20 years ago, moments before I was supposed to give a speech. Not unlike this one, actually. Only I'd
What the fuck is
spilled
this?
coffee all down myself, and I was young, nervous, desperate to be liked, and from behind me I heard, "Christ, pet, you've either pissed your kecks or sprung a leak, but either way you got a problem." And before I could even say a word, he'd stripped off his dry trousers and insisted I took them. That was the sort of man that Peter Clement was. Kind, compassionate, sensitive,
Ständig am Saufen.
a brilliant thinker, a natural leader, but mostly a good man.
Ja. RIP Peter Clemens.
This glorious nation of ours, so beautiful and new, this shining beacon of
Thank you, Alex.
equality.
There'll
Yes.
be another opportunity to steer public perception soon. It's really starting. You'll know when.
His
I
accomplishments,
know. Also, die zweite Werbepause müssen wir jetzt
the boundaries he pushed.
das Video von Dings
To
spielen. Ne?
me, he'll always be the man in his pants cheering on a stranger at the back of the conference.
What?
It is my great honor to give to you
Warum dürfen wir jetzt... Hä?
Peter Clement Memorial Garden.
Hat doch gerade eben so ein positives Feedback vom Publikum.
Everyone with me? 10, 9, 8, 7.
What the fuck? Ups.
Now, Alex, control the message.
We have to get you to safety. Come with us.
I'm not leaving, I can't. You two, come with me. Don't panic.
Was zur Hölle passiert?
We need a medic here. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay.
Oh, die zeigen wahrscheinlich wie jetzt...
What are you doing?
Not resisting! You're not! Not resisting!
Turn the camera off. National Night News. We have the right to be here. I said turn the fucking camera off.
Okay, ja, das ist gut. Warum kriege ich wieder Negativ? Also, weil ich nicht geblurrt habe.
Stay with me. Help me.
I can't hear anything!
Medics are coming. You sit down.
I can't hear you. I'm from the National Nightly News.
Well, then you can consider this payback. Salisbury's still here. Julia Salisbury! You were guilty of the murder of more than 10 million people.
Target armed.
Haven't you done enough? Look around you.
Bin mir nicht ganz klar.
Freedom looks like it.
Okay, ja, das ist gut. Das haben wir auf jeden Fall drin.
The time has come. Stop fires. Break windows. Draw them out. They can't stop us all. Resist. Distract me.
Lower your weapons.
Mom?
I said lower your weapons now.
Jesus Christ.
What are you doing? Come on!
I said, please turn that off.
Oh Gott, ja, ja, ich bin da.
Is this not enough? You've just seen them execute unarmed civilians. People like you and me.
Genau.
Why are you watching this? Why are you not in the streets with us tonight? What will it take for you to get up and be a part of this? March on team headquarters, storm the building, demand elections, demand answers. Be what you were born to be, the once and future free.
That means by now. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. War das das falsche Video? Habe ich das falsche Video gerade angemacht? Ah, shit, warte. Nee, ich habe das falsch angemacht. Nein. Wir sollten in der zweiten Werbepause spielen. No, fuck. Ich hab... Ah, shit.
Great. So there's a revolution happening outside and we're after dangly fucking parts.
Oh.
Journalism, apparently. Can we get set for the next sequence?
Okay, was ist eigentlich, was auf dem Video jetzt drauf?
Tonight to say I'm sorry and to beg for your forgiveness. My parents are not rich. My mother was a nurse and my father worked in a factory. I was the first member of my family to go to university. But I always envied my friends who had so much more. Over the years,
Können wir es mal neu spielen?
so
Könnten
when
wir
advance came
tun.
to power, I didn't think about the damage
Ich
they
habe
would
echt
do.
viel verkackt in der Sektion. Ich würde es eigentlich gern neu machen.
I acted
Oder ziehen wir einfach durch. Fuck it.
I was
Entscheidungen sind
glad
Entscheidungen.
punished.
Wir ziehen es aber durch. Fuck
See
it,
how
ey.
backward advance were. I didn't understand that rather than tearing down the wealth creators, we should have been helping everyone else to take a seat at their table. Under advance, the country is poorer. It is poorer in ambition. It is poorer in aspiration. We are infantilized by advance's naive policies. Policies born from absurd,
Alex,
redistributive
during this
fantasies.
next section, a cameraman working in the newsroom who's one of us is going to get a coded location out. We don't know yet which camera he's on, but if we find out, I'll let you know. Just keep your eyes out for the fist and try and keep it on the air for at least 5 seconds. Our operatives will do the rest.
Okay.
Our only
Auf irgendeinem Feed ist eine Faust zu sehen. Das für 5 Sekunden muss die live sein. Got it.
now lies with disrupt.
Okay. Das habe ich ein bisschen verkackt, das da.
3. Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, Megan Wolf. Very shortly, we'll be heading on over to the final episode of what has quickly become a hugely successful feature, the notice board. But before we do, let's chat with Philippa Radin. Tell me, why do you think the public love the notice board so much?
It's real. There, I said it. It connects with people. You know, people look at us and they say, those are real people struggling with real problems.
Wenn ihr auf Kamera 4 eine Faust seht, sagt mal Bescheid, ey.
Point. Yeah, I mean, I was saying to my PA's secretary as I got out the limo, I was saying, it's good for people to see normal, authentic people like them on TV.
Oder muss ich gar nicht mal auf Kamera 4 sein, theoretisch, ne?
Precisely. Unfortunately, then I was interrupted by some dreadful wretch who wanted an autograph, but a swift kicking from security soon put him back in line.
Yes, well, I think it's really good that our screens are filled with such relatable stories. So, the notice board is coming to an end.
Nee.
Professional time at the top. What do you think has made this show so successful?
Nee.
It's a combination of so many things. My
Mint.
hard work, my talent, my look.
Wow, we really have a lot to thank you for.
Hey. You're welcome.
We've just heard our man's on camera 4.
Ja, schon
I
klar.
have a real sense
Sanne,
of
lass die Faust.
responsibility now. You know, a sense
Oh.
like there's
Back to the interviewer.
3,
something precious
4,
that I should use that
5.
for good.
Got it. Alles gut.
That's really important.
Das müssten 5 Sekunden gewesen sein.
Platform to do good in the world, I agree.
That's
Oder?
exactly it. So I've decided to help as many.
Ja, ach,
Excellent work, Alex. That's the location shared.
yeah.
Next, you'll need to give them the go.
Is that better access to education or?
Oh, wir verlieren jedes Mal so viel Einschaltquoten, wenn wir
By
zu
adopting as many as I can get my hands on.
Oh, okay.
den anderen Kameran schalten.
Oh, we're well into the double figures now, Megan.
Das heißt, wir müssen auf jeden Fall vorher
Goodness, that is a lot of children.
Yeah.
gut Punkte sammeln.
The guest room, I'll have to put a futon in the laundry cupboard.
Oh, you really are some sort of hero.
Hey, I live a privileged life. What can I say? I mean, any child I can take on is a child rescued from suffering.
Poor poor children. Were their lives really that bad before?
Oh, they're Normans, I presume so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's shocking to think actually that only 1 in 10,000 children
The fuck geht da draußen ab,
have a
ey?
celebrity parent.
I'd never thought of it that way before.
And I'm doing
Shit.
everything I can to fix those numbers.
What do you think it is about your life that's so desirable then?
Well, it's mainly shame and panic interspersed with expensive bottled water, so actually, if anyone wants to, I'd happily trade.
Now that I can relate to. Right, you better go off and get ready. That was Philippa Radin sharing some thoughts about her life.
Habe ich jetzt auf der Dings noch was verpasst, auf der 4? Vielleicht.
And keep everything in perspective. Clearly, not everyone else agrees. But that's enough for me. Let's go now over to Dangly Parts for the final ever episode of the notice board.
Boo. Warum auch immer, keine Ahnung. Fly, hi, schönen guten Abend. Ups, falsch da. Boo. Fly, wie geht's dir?
A day. First the tea morning, and now to post this notice. I don't know how I managed to cope with it all. Oh, wait. Perhaps I do. Oh! By St. Barnabas, what on earth is all this?
Freeze, dirtbag!
The fuck passiert
Lord,
gerade?
it's you. I thought for a moment you were a knife-wielding mugger or stabber.
No, I'm afraid not. It's just me, a community cohesion officer, responsible for keeping crime at record lows.
Of course. I keep forgetting that thanks to you and your colleagues, violence on our streets is a thing of the past.
What's all this, Vicar?
I know! It's a disgrace. Somebody...
It's time for the go code. Give us 3 boos in a row, Alex. That will start the pincer movement. We might just pull this off. Push forwards!
Okay.
Boos, Alex.
Careful, Vicar. It looks
3 Boos, kriegen wir hin.
Ha! They don't call me the Right Reverend. Ripped for no reason.
Yes!
Soll du da?
It's no good.
It looks like all those crucifix classes were a waste of time.
Perhaps you, a young
Nummer 2.
would be able to move it.
2 for 2. Fantastic.
The fuck passiert? Again! Was zur Hölle passiert?
Those lifting classes were a waste of time.
It's too heavy, even for me, a strong and capable
You
woman.
did it, Alex.
Surely
We're
there's
good to
no
go.
one
Charge!
strong enough to lift this.
Charge! Ich weiß nicht, wohin die chargen, aber...
For the best firefighter in town! Hi!
Cool.
Captain Evans, you're so much stronger than us.
Especially me, the weak old man.
It's the least I could do for my community.
No luck catching the little devil then?
Unfortunately not. The ferrets struck again last night. When Ray opened the post office this morning, he found that every single stamp had been pre-licked.
My God! Some people have no decency.
Sadly, if we don't catch him before tomorrow, we may have to cancel the village fete.
Don't worry, we won't let that happen. Will we?
Okay, ich habe eigentlich auf Lachen geklickt, aber ist nichts passiert. Falsch.
Laura,
Da wollte ich
tell
hin.
me, why do they call him the ferret?
Some say it's because of his sneaky nature. But really it's because whenever he strikes,
Seine fucking Schnurres,
always
ey.
leaves behind the foul stench of urine.
Never fear, officer. We'll catch this pissy nuisance and save the village fate. Or my
Oh, das war, glaube ich, spät das da, oder? Ja.
Danger Evans. The community cohesion
Schnorres, man.
their best, but they simply don't have the smarts to solve this mystery. But I know someone who does. Someone who's about to blow this thing wide open.
Ja, alles gut. Ich bin nur ein bisschen heiser, Fly. Alles gut.
Blackout!
Was passiert? wird suddenly dunkel. Was soll ich denn zeigen, wenn alle Kameras dunkel sind?
The morning of the village fete, thanks to theatrical convention.
I sure hope everything goes to plan. Oh, look! There's Mrs. Craven setting up her cake stall.
And look, there's the motorcycle display team setting up for a show that will be far too expensive for live television.
I'm going to set up the coconut shy. What are you doing, Vicar?
First, I'm running the tombola. Then, I'll be selling forgiveness for money.
Aren't you judging the jams?
I couldn't possibly.
Well, that sounded like Mrs. Craven. Looks like someone sucked all the jam out of her donuts.
That damn ferret has struck again.
Whatever are we to do?
Although I'm very competent, I have no...
Ich möchte darauf hinweisen, dass im Hintergrund gerade wahrscheinlich eine Revolution stattfindet und sich Leute gegenseitig erschießen, während wir hier, keine Ahnung, Studententheater. Be back.
Have you been drinking from the fire extinguishers again?
Not you, the vicar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Admit it. You wanted the village fete cancelled so you could have the day off, didn't you?
I already have to work Sundays. I shouldn't have to work 2 days a week.
But how did you know?
Well, my first clue was the smell.
Yes, I do smell of urine.
Next, I noticed that the vicar's tongue was particularly dry, almost as if he'd been licking thousands and thousands of stamps.
Or perhaps eating Mrs. Craven's baking.
Which brings me on to my third clue. The vicar said that he had no more room for jam.
Almost as if he'd had his fill.
Precisely.
But you managed to figure it all out from that?
Well, I also found this at the scene.
That proves nothing. No!
Get him out of here, officer!
You did it, Captain. You could say you ferreted him out.
Hey, come on. Let's go and have a party in my massive garden. I am doing well.
Thanks to you, we're all doing well. Well, that was it. The final ever episode of the Notice Board. And what a way to end it. Thank you as always to Jeff, Philippa and Tommy. After the break, we'll be both dancing and learning. So don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
That's the ads. Well done, everybody.
Wow! What a brilliant run, eh?
This was the break we were hoping you'd play our tape. It would have had the most impact here.
Ja.
You played it earlier, and we appreciate the effort.
I'm sorry, ich hab's verkackt. Ich habe auf den falschen Knopf gedrückt.
You coming to the after party? Oh,
One last push.
We're
closing in. One of the guests in the last section is working with us. You'll be asked to censor on our behalf. If you do it right, the final orders will be given. We'll get 3 chances. Get at least 2 of them right, and we're gonna win this thing. It's happening, Alex.
Okay.
Tonight we take it back.
Tonight. Wir kriegen das hin. Ich weiß noch nicht, was ich zensieren will, aber ich will irgendwas zensieren. Thirsty Chat, wow. Meine Stimme wirklich... Reicht es schon? Hey, Chat.
Are we safe?
Na.
Said to ask if you need. Did she? That's my shade, is it? Yeah. This is my shade.
The fuck?
You can run back to Jenny now.
No.
Sorry about that, Sarah. Nothing you can tell me. At all, at all.
They've said no one's died, that's all I can say.
10 seconds.
What's wrong with you?
She is in tears.
Ugh.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later in this segment, we're hoping to be able to go back to Patrick Bannon at the scene of tonight's shocking disrupt attack. But first, I'm delighted to be joined by the cast of the smash hit musical everyone is talking about. I'll be speaking with the cast in a moment, but first, let's take a look at them in action. Please give a warm national nightly welcome to the Novaries.
Boo. Sorry.
Hello?
Oh ne, wieder Rhythmussektion.
Yes.
Ja, sorry, ist aber nix.
Thank you for letting me know. I have a decent life. I'm a happy, loving wife. And my job is well paid and fulfilling. I have a husband, John. He's due home soon, won't be long. And I have to tell him something that is absolutely chilling. We share coffee in the morning. And we make love every day. We take time alone together to talk and laugh and play. We
Ich weiß nicht, was gerade passiert, aber ich jam dazu.
do charitable deeds. But the flowers
Das ist sehr viel Studententheater und sehr viel Studentenmusical in dem alles drin.
Oh, darling John. Oh, dearest John. There's something very wrong. I've just had a conversation with our Dr. David Watt, so please be seated. This news will make you feel defeated. The scans revealed a lump. You poor unlucky chump. Is it cancer?
Warum?
So, John, we're having a baby.
How can this be?
Oh, woe is me.
Why has this happened to me? I always wear 2 condoms for the maximum of
Safety in our tiny
Ja.
flat. We built a peaceful habitat.
So macht man das. Einen Kondom über den Kopf, einen über den Schwimmel. Was habe ich gerade zensiert?
You can't have any wine at the club.
And there won't be any time for foot rubs.
Now your hair will stink of weed.
And you'll start to disagree.
And forget about that holiday in Territory 3. No more waking up at 10:30. In fact, you're never going to get a good night's sleep again. No more snap decisions to go on to a club. You'll be lucky if you even make it out to the pub. Why can't we be more like our gay and lesbian chums?
The only glue they have to deal with comes from personal bums.
Now when I take a sick day at home,
I'm confused.
I won't leave you alone.
he's wrong.
We're our top priority.
Ah, es kommt Speed-Up-Lektion. Das wird sehr schwer, da im Rhythmus zu bleiben, glaube ich. Shit. Vor allem ist es nicht so akkurat. Wenn ich genau im Rhythmus drücke, dann mag er das nicht. Ich muss, glaube ich, immer ein bisschen früher drücken.
Childless life. We're having a baby.
We're having a baby. Changing nappies daily.
Ich meine, es läuft ganz gut. Besser als die meisten anderen Musiklektionen bisher.
More weekends by the coast. Now your kid is uppermost. It's more than a passing craze to have childless days.
We're having a baby.
Food and drink thrown everywhere. Death trap toys at the top of the stairs. Every parent prays to have childless days.
We're having a baby.
No more stars and no more. We're having a baby. 18 years on bills and leaves. Time for a whole new phase.
We're having a baby.
Ich habe nicht wirklich aufgepasst, worum es im Song geht. Die haben ein Baby anscheinend. Obwohl er 15 Kondome anhatte. The fuck? Applaus. War zu langsam, glaube ich.
Amazing.
Ja, sorry, chill. Jesus Christ.
Opening number from Elegy for a Childless Life, which is currently the hottest ticket in the capital theatre district, and will be touring the territories later this year.
Right then, come on, you got. Come on down. Let's go. Don't be shy. Hello.
Bei jeder Gelegenheit wird einfach geboot. Fuck it, I don't care anymore.
The show. Yeah, it used to be. Well, listen, let's get stuck in. Your amazing musical. Now, I mean, not only do you perform this show every single night,
with matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
Right, but you're also the show's creators, am I right?
Well, everyone contributed their ideas, and then some of us went away and did the actual work on the script. But no, it's very much a team effort.
Oh, that's fantastic. How rude of me. I've not introduced any of you. I'll be the one being replaced next. Let's go down the line, shall we?
Hi, I'm Jack.
Jim Blunt. Pleasure to be here.
Jennifer Boreham-Woodley.
Hello, I'm John Sapley. Used to be in the business professionally.
My name's Jill, with a J.
And I'm Janet.
Jill with a J. Im Vergleich zu den Jills mit K.
And you were all friends previously. I mean, what a coincidence, right? With your names beginning with a J.
Oh my goodness, guys! Our names all begin with J.
How have we never noticed that?
Because you haven't typed them out 1,000 times, maybe?
You knew? Why didn't you say anything?
I thought we all knew. It's bloody obvious, isn't it? I just thought we were doing a funny thing where we never mentioned it.
And I believe as well as being friends, you're also couples, in real life as well as in the show.
Well, oh, well. Not exactly.
No. I'm not married to him. I'm with Janet.
And I'm with John, you lucky bean.
Jim and I are married.
4 fabulous years.
Well, that must make for some confusion in the rehearsal room.
Well, you should have seen the first draft. Jen decided that Jack would play Jim, I would play Jack, Jen Janet, Jill Jen, Janet Jill.
What about John?
Well, my character was originally just called Man 1.
It was allegorical.
It was very confusing.
Not for a professional.
After much toing and froing.
And gnashing and wailing.
And gin and tonic.
We decided that we'd just use our own names, which is less truthful.
We're also less likely to go into the wrong dressing rooms.
Oh, God, yeah, that would be very embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Of course, when I first wrote it, we were only meant to run for a few nights at the Mimbley Village Hall, but when I registered it with the Department for Culture, it caught the eye of someone high up, and before you could say overnight sensation, we were transferring to the capital.
It's all been a bit of a roller coaster, really. I'm only 19. I'm the youngest.
You really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up my job as a mortuary technician.
Well, yes, we all had to move to the capital.
I love that job.
It's been a very turbulent time.
So
Ich mag ihn.
no singing.
This piece isn't.
Stand by, Alex. Censor the orange.
It's about children.
Censor the orange?
And why you shouldn't have them.
In a way, I guess it is political, with a small p. After all, we are a solid unit, and eagle-eyed audience members will see we nod our heads to advance on stage throughout, and we target the messaging at women aged 22, well, about 35, as they're the most likely to be afflicted by this terrible problem.
Ich weiß nicht, was ich zensiere.
Terrible problem.
Having children.
Well, you understand, Megan.
You clearly agree.
This isn't about me.
Of course, we see that there are advantages to a family unit, but eagle-eyed couples watch as the little parasites advance on their lives.
Ist
And
das...
there's no time to play the guitar, get through.
Ja, ich bin schon am Wechseln. Ich muss ja gucken, dass ich rechtzeitig alles zensiere da unten.
Couch by 20 to 9, for God's sake.
Jesus Christus.
Usually I'm the chatty one. Because
you're the youngest, we know. It's not a badge of honour, Janet.
Janet, please, Jennifer. Oh, well said, John. Thanks, Jack. Got you back.
So, could you just tell us what is
Ich
the
bin
play about?
nach wie vor verwirrt.
Well,
go ahead.
It's a tragedy, obviously. Jennifer, myself, and John have their child, and then the story charts the downfall of their hopes and dreams.
And there's lots of singing.
I'm dancing.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution
mehr.
unit. Eagle-eyed, she
Zensur.
sees her friend's rapid advance to despair.
Ich schätze mal, wir zensieren genau so viel, dass die restlichen Worte, die sagen,
She decides to take drastic action.
einen Satz sagen. Was zur Hölle? Was ist dein Problem?
Probably said too much already.
Ich kann nicht gleichzeitig auf die Zensurbar gucken und was ich da gerade schneide.
Which should be all of you. For too long, we've been told that a life without children is somehow incomplete, that children are a blessing. Well, I've done the research and they're not.
What the fuck? Was?
There's already loads.
Was zur Hölle war das jetzt? Warum habe ich jetzt da... Oh.
We just want people
Okay,
to
ich
have
habe irgendwas nicht zensiert. Who cares?
child-free life without stigma.
Was zur Hölle?
Before I had come out,
Ich bin verwirrt.
I had an experience with a girl called Julia Jacobs. She was an experiment, I guess, you know, a chance to dip my toes into the...
Fascinating. Well, thank you all so much for coming in tonight. I really hope you keep them dancing in the aisles for many performances to come. The Noble is there. And I am pleased to say we can now go back to Patrick Bannon to get the latest from the scene of tonight's horrific event. Patrick, you okay?
Scheint nicht so unbedingt.
Is Patrick Bannon reporting from the scene of tonight's devastating and symbolic attack tonight this evening. An attack
Haben wir es eigentlich geschafft?
which I myself have found myself caught up in. I'm still a little dazed and a little deaf, Megan. So I hope you'll forgive me if I seem that it's time to speak with the Prime Minister. Mrs. Salisbury, that's you. You're still here. The Prime Minister.
I couldn't leave, not when there were people that needed help. Any team player would have done the same. I don't deserve praise for being human.
Yes, no accolades here. Or Palisades. Or lemonade. Right. So, is the situation... Now, are we safe?
Yes, the security services performed their duties without hesitation.
Yep.
And I would like to assure the
Wird auf jeden Fall viel geschossen.
there have been some injuries. There were no civilian deaths here this evening.
Keine Tode.
Sorry, did you say no deaths?
That's right. No civilian deaths. Just the 4 disrupt terrorists curtailed by law enforcement who were, as always, so cohesive. If I may, I have a message for your viewers.
Of course, the camera... Speak there, on the camera there.
Stay at home tonight. Do not become another casualty of war. Disrupt have had their moment. But, as the dear departed Peter Clements once famously said,
Kann ich jetzt zensieren jetzt?
ends today.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those strong words of strength. Back to the studio. Megan, now in the studio with Megan Wolf now.
Patrick Bannon there, bravely reporting from the front line of tonight's horrifying bombing. Maybe you need to get checked out, Patrick. Well, that brings us to the end of tonight's National Night News. But before we go, National Night News. But
Victory is in sight, my friends. You have mobilized. You have come together. From our agents at the television networks risking arrest and getting those words to you, to the many hundreds and thousands gathering to invade team headquarters. As I speak, we are turning the tide, and it is time for change. Tonight we topple their regime, and we also silence their mouthpiece. Channel 1. Time to wake up.
out from the shadows, and they are not the overwhelming force they would have you believe. The military.
Was passiert? Warum Ja, da, halt die Schnauze. Es war wieder ein Pixel daneben.
Turbulence will soon be over, and we can once again focus our minds on building a new future with equality, fairness, and resources for all. My name is Megan Wolf. Let's make it.
Ich glaube, unser Studio wird gleich.
God, I think I threw up a bit in my mouth just then.
Oh, Edward. Okay.
Tonight is the beginning of the fall of advance. Let's chat at 11 o'clock. Charges reached, sir. Permission to detonate. Permission granted, old friend. We are going to detonate. Window, Alex. See what you helped make happen. She's coming down.
Cool. Okay. Wow, DEE. Ach du Scheiße, ey. Hi Saranov, schönen guten Abend. Oh boy. Okay, erstmal, dass ich das Ganze von einer Broadcast-seitigen Sichtweise ziemlich verkackt habe. Weil die Sektion ziemlich schwer war zum ersten Mal wirklich. Meine Fähigkeit zu multitasken ist nicht gerade so die beste. Aber wir haben zumindest Disrupt jetzt unterstützt, soweit wie es geht. Aber DEE ist wirklich traurig, ey. Naja. Ist noch ein bisschen leiser. So. Dann wie geht's dir? Wie war dein Tag? Wie war dein Wochenende? Auf die Frage, was hier passiert, habe ich jetzt auch nur bedingt eine Antwort, muss ich sagen. You have received a significant reduction to pay. I mean... Channel 1 wird mich immer hassen. Das ist einfach so. Ja, und nu? Ja, die Sache ist halt, okay, die haben jetzt quasi ihren Gegenanschlag gemacht. Disrupt. Aber gegen Ende ist halt anscheinend, also nicht nur anscheinend, waren es halt mit der vollen Militärkraft halt dagegen angegangen. Was jetzt auch nicht überraschend ist, aber das war wahrscheinlich auch mehr ein Aufruf, um auf die Straße zu gehen an die normalen Bürger. Als jetzt wirklich der Anschlag selbst erstmal. In einem Potent Review. Okay, einen Tag später. Im Büro von Boseman. Well, shit. Am Freitagabend mal wieder gefeiert und hatte durchgehend den perfekten Pegel. Und heute mit der Family gegrillt. Klingt nach einem sehr, sehr geilen Wochenende. Freut mich. Liebe Grüße von Lara. Grüße zurück. Gerade neben mir. Und wohnt die nächsten 2 Wochen bei mir. Hast du Besuch? Geil. Ja, ganz viel Spaß euch 2. Okay. Tag 913. An important review. You arrive at work a little early. Despite a stressful journey in, you still aren't quite sure of everything that happened. Though if the swarm of CCOs all over the building is anything to go by, this isn't just a Channel 1 matter. This is confirmed when you are informed you need to speak to Boseman immediately and you are escorted to his office. You sit nervously outside waiting for your boss. A few minutes later, the boss man arrives. Disheveled. Okay. And with a stern-looking CCO in tow. Yes, Winston. Good. Winston? Okay. This is a special Ables. This is Specialist Ables. She will be observing this interview. Please come inside and take a seat. The ruddy-faced man bustles into his office and leaves the door open for you to follow. The few times you've been here before was immaculate with everything in its proper place. Not so today. It must be serious for Boseman to be this flustered. So, Alex, do you know why you're here today? Boseman's eyes are sharp, and his gaze is fixed on your face from across the desk. Ables is standing behind you, out of sight, but definitely not out of mind. Not really, no. I wasn't involved with anything that happened yesterday. Oder I assume to do with what happened with Disrupt last night. Ja, lass mal ehrlich sein, so von vornherein. What happened last night was nothing short of accumulation of a heinous, outrageous campaign of terror that Disrupt have been reaping on these nations and its terrorists. Bozeman shoots a glance behind you to your left where the CCO observer is standing. And it is of course our duty to root out this rot wherever we find it, to prevent anything like this last night happening ever again. You have been asked by advance to perform interviews with all staff members involved and will be submitting a personal review of your performance, both during the incident in question and throughout your time here. This can only end well. His expression remains stern. Just tell the truth. Winston. And this is all gonna be over soon. Arranging some papers, Bozeman clears his throat and begins. Obviously, a lot happened last night, and I have a number of interviews to conduct today, so I'd rather not waste any time. Be brief, concise, and clear in answers. You nod. So let's start at the beginning, the broadcast, and work your way through. After the attack at the memorial, you seem to have portrayed the terrorists in a quite sympathetic way. Why? I show what happened, the news, that's our job, right? I did was felt right in das stressful. No. I show what happened, the news. I see. You were saying it couldn't be helped and you had to show the aftermath as you did. I'll be sure to make note of that. Funny how unauthorized footage always seemed to find its way into your broadcast. Bozeman scribbles notes down, the noise of his pen scratching into the notebook, punctuated only by the constant tick-tock of his ornate clock. Hopefully this will be over soon. Reviewing the broadcast, we noticed something a little odd about a peculiar camera choice. It was while everyone else was talking, or where did I put it? Yes, here we are. Do you recognize this? With a flourish, Bozeman produces the leaflet form of... What? With a flourish, Bozeman produces the leaflet from the notice board and places it on the desk in front of you. I honestly didn't notice it was there. I assumed it was part of the set. Why else would it have been here? Yeah, why else would it have been there and on camera? That's a good question. Ich meine, ich hab's nicht dahin gehangen. So you're saying the blame lies entirely on the crew on set, eh? There's no way you could possibly use your own judgment to have determined it was unsuitable, huh? You hear a disapproving grunt from the CCO behind you. Typical Winston, we shall see. Not exactly subtle there. There was one thing we noticed during the finale of the notice board. Bozeman picks up some notes on the other side of the desk. You seemed to play an odd choice of sound effects relatively early on. Now the script was expecting laughs, but for all three you choose to play booze. Why did you do that? I'm sorry, I was under the impression that I could pick freely. Did that change? Ooh, that's a good answer. I like that. I felt there were most appropriate choices. Art is subjective after all. Ich mag beide Antworten. Das ist ein bisschen mehr cocky. Das versucht so ein bisschen unschuldig zu spielen. Nee, das machen wir nicht. Well, yes, choice is given to those who show they can employ a sufficient degree of good judgment. It may be we need to review this policy, or at least who qualifies for it. You can see Boseman frowning as he adds his notes. It might have been nice to have him on your side. Ich meine, das ist doch eh vorbei. Ne? Boseman versucht den Kanal irgendwie, den Channel aufrechtzuerhalten. Der Channel gehört Advance und egal was wir tun, wir haben eh schon verkackt, so nach dem Motto, ne? How many other people will he be interviewing today? Good question. Towards the end of the show, there appear to be some issues with the sensor equipment. At this point, Boseman pauses for a moment, putting a lid on his pen and placing it carefully on the desk, perpendicular to his notebook. How do you explain the fact that you censored a perfectly acceptable language during the final segment? There seemed to be an issue with the machine. Frank probably forgot to do his checks again. Ich weiß nicht, wer Frank ist, aber wollen ihn jetzt vielleicht nicht unbedingt vor den Bus werfen. I just do what the display tells me. I don't decide what's supposed to be. Oh, that's even smarter. Ich gucke nur auf den kleinen Soundausschlag und wenn da eine Farbe ist, drücke ich und wenn nicht, nicht. Easy. It would be a very strange coincidence that one of your key pieces of equipment were developed a malfunction at the exact time Disrupt chose to attack. A disappointing but not unsurprising lapse by an incompetent employee seems much more likely. But I suppose we don't know until maintenance have had a chance to check it out properly. Silence takes over as Boseman writes his notes. How many questions will I have to answer? At this point, Boseman took out a pair of glasses and placed them somewhat delicately on the end of his nose. Then the portly man leaned forward to examine his notes in detail. Now, obviously, we expected the odd bit of interference here and there, unavoidably. However, he paused, turning the page at an agonizing pace. Interference is not the same as terrorist propaganda. Would you care to explain how quite so much of their messaging found their way into our airwaves? With everything else going on, I didn't realize until it was too late. The machine has been out of date for years. Even the last update didn't make life any easier. Ich meine, es ist beides irgendwie relativ unaussagekräftig, ne? Das ist so, ja, keine Ahnung, ich hab's halt verkackt. Oder die Maschine ist scheiße. War beim letzten Mal schon irgendwie die Schuld auf die Maschine geschoben. Wir sagen einfach mal, wir kamen halt nicht hinterher, ne? Es war ganz viel zu tun und war's ja auch. Out of the corner of your eye, you noticed Specialist Abels is visibly more attentive, awaiting your boss's response. Well, it's certainly true that accidents do happen. But it's an amazing coincidence how often they seem to happen when you're around, Winston. Boseman's smile is anything but warm, and Abels glances towards you with a stare that can only be described as glacial. Winston. Wait, ist unser Nachname Winston? Das fällt mir jetzt nicht auf. Winston ist auch der Name des Hauptcharakters aus 1984. Und die Parallelitäten zwischen diesen beiden Geschichten wird mir immer bewusster. Your first train, smile back. A loud creak breaks the grounding silence as Boseman leans back in his chair. The tape of that poor Miss Brightman. Why did you play it? Help me understand. Why play the tape? As you meet his gaze, you're almost surprised to see an earnest concern in the old man's eyes. I was worried that Disrupt might do if I don't play it, or it seems like the news. Isn't that what we do? Show the news? Was it news though? Okay, wir könnten halt jetzt die Schuld auch auf Disrupt selbst schieben, um unseren Arsch so ein bisschen zu retten. Und es ist ja eh egal, ne? Disrupt hat eh die Arschkarte gezogen. Das wird jetzt die nicht in ein schlechtes Bild rücken, wenn ich Angst davor habe, was die mir antun würden, wenn ich es nicht spiele, you know? Und da finde ich die Idee eigentlich ganz gut. He watches Boseman slowly cleans his glasses before answering. Well, at the end of the day, you choose to do it, Alex. I know what I'd have done in your shoes. After all, you have a habit of playing tapes you shouldn't, don't you? He clears his throat, leans forward again, staring at you from a moment before continuing. That is, however, all I had for you. That is, however, all I had for you, okay? Thank God it's over. Also die Fragen waren jetzt alle wahrscheinlich zu Ende. I think that's all the information we need from you, Winston. Alex Winston. Boseman looks questioningly at the CCO. But by the time you've turned around, the moment has passed. Best you just go home for now. There's no work for you until we have a new satellite tower up. But of course, don't leave town. I might have more questions for you following the other interviews. As you leave, you see more hostility in Specialist Abel's eyes. Well, you knew there'd be consequences. Ja, ich wollte eigentlich überspielen, was meine Stimme schon. Ich hatte jetzt auch nur im Kopf, dass ich eigentlich während den Fernsehsektionen nichts sagen muss. Und nun erinnere ich mich, dass das Spiel zu 80% aus Vorlesesektionen besteht. Naja. Welcome back, Gudgeon. A message delivered. The newspaper falls to the floor, slipping from your numb hands. The headline whirling around and around your head. This can't be true. How could this be true? Has it really been 2 months since that day? Ja, die Zeit verfliegt auch wieder, ne? You find yourself back there, rushing back home after a particularly long and stressful day at work. You are already late, but if you keep to the speed limit, there's no way you're going to hear the end of it. You could probably shave 10 minutes off the journey if you wanted. Warum will ich schnell nach Hause? Wait. You find yourself back there, rushing back home after a particularly long and stressful day at work. You're already late, but if you keep to the speed limit, there's no way you're going to hear the end of it. Oh, müssen wir wieder auf den Dings? Müssen wir wieder auf diese Gala von dem Channel? Das ist gar nicht. Aber alle 2 Monate? Nee, das war doch jedes zweite Wochenende, oder? You're going to be mad either way. No point in speeding. A little mad is better than a lot mad. Best put the pedal to the metal. I don't know. Worum es geht, Geschwindigkeitsbegrenzungen sind wichtig. Macht es, Gerd. Viel Erfolg beim Jogieren oder beim Sportieren. Gib Gas. Get buff. Get strong. It seems everything's against you this evening. We have to stop at every traffic light, every stop sign, every junction between you and your destination. You're well over 45 minutes late by the time you finally pull up at your house, only to see a betterment vehicle parked outside, lights still flashing. What is this about? Speeding böse, ja. So. The CCOs are leading someone from your house to the van. Your son's voice calling for you. Then the doors shut and it's driving away. The spinning lights blinding you as your vision starts to swim. Charlie? And now you're in the break room. People at work have started avoiding you. Some of the show's crews started giving you funny looks. Boseman's even been micromanaging you less than usual. Micromanaging? In dem Kontext habe ich es auch noch nicht gehört, glaube ich. It's just a misunderstanding. It'll all be over soon. Glaube ich nicht irgendwie. Charlie had loved Advance. From the go-getters to the cohesion cadets to the cohesion community manager, he was on track to become. Oh, to the cohesion community manager, he was on track to become. You and Sam had both gone to see him at the Betterment Center last week as soon as you'd be able. Even then, he'd been positive, making friends, explaining that the system was there to help people, that he was actually able to do that while staying there too. Die Sätze sind stellenweise unglaublich lang. Even then, he'd been positive, making friends, explaining that the system was there to help people, and that he was actually able to do that while staying there too. That headline. 5 simple words. Oh, es geht auch um die Nachricht auf dem Papier. Auf dem, der Zeitschrift, die wir eben hatten, ne? 5 simple words in bold black type. Disrupt, terrorist, dice, and betterment. Ooh. Winston was particularly violent, attacking a betterment mentor. Died in the infirmary after failed attempts of resuscitation. Okay. And the eternal question left unanswered. Wait, disrupt, terrorist, dice in betterment, Winston. Also, einer aus der Family? Hä? Aber wer? Ich meine, die haben... Wer könnte denn... Hä? Was it his fault or yours? Wait, wer... Hä? Wait, stehe ich auf dem Schlauch gerade so böse? Unser Sohn wurde ja... Oder war das eine Flashback? Wait. Ich bin verwirrt. Wer ist jetzt gestorben? Hä? Hä? Der Sohn hat einen Terrorist umgebracht. Wait, dann habe ich es falsch gelesen. Ich habe das so gelesen, dass einer aus unserer Family gestorben ist. Aber unser Sohn. Oh. Also unser Sohnemann hat einen. Warum war das so schlimm? Weil die Terroristen in dem Augenblick einfach ein Revolutionsversuch sind von den Bürgern, sich gegen die Diktatur zu stemmen. Und die Betterment Camps, ich meine, ich muss nicht erklären, was Betterment Camps wahrscheinlich tatsächlich sind. Das sind entweder halt, keine Ahnung, so extrem waren vielleicht zu Beginn wirklich einfach Institutionen, wo man dann, weiß nicht, halt Leuten hilft, die irgendwie mit dem Gesetz wie soll ich sagen, in Kontakt gekommen ist. Aber inzwischen wahrscheinlich, ich will jetzt nicht unbedingt sagen, sowas wie Konzentrationslager, aber halt zumindest wahrscheinlich Stellen, wo die Terroristen, die Disrupt-Leute halt gefoltert wurden wahrscheinlich. Und Terroristen, ja, die sich gegen das Regime auflehnen, genau. Aber warum haben die den Sohn dafür verhaftet, meine ich? Warum ist das moralisch schlimm? Achso. Vielleicht haben sie es nicht verhaftet, vielleicht haben sie es einfach nur, keine Ahnung, halt mal mitgenommen. So, okay, du hast halt ein bisschen über die Stränge geschlagen. Ich meine, ich weiß nicht, ob das Regime halt schon so offen gewalttätig ist, dass sie in ihren Gefängnissen einfach anfangen, in ihren Gefängnissen anfangen, Terroristen umzubringen, you know? Okay, und jetzt nochmal ein paar 100 Tage später. It's your anniversary. And this year you got a plan. A week away could be just what the doctor ordered for you and Sam. But it won't be cheap. Ich meine, wir sind well off. It's more than you normally spend, but Sam's worth every penny. Yeah. Spending that much on a holiday might be frivolous though. Nah, be good. Okay, haben die den Sohn dafür verhaftet, aber es war ja so geschrieben, als wäre es dem Terroristen seine Schuld, nicht von demjenigen, der dafür verantwortlich ist, der gestorben ist. Ich müsste vielleicht nochmal lesen, was genau da gestanden ist. Ganz ehrlich, ich glaube, ich habe das eben nicht richtig vorgelesen. Ich habe das so interpretiert, dass einer, der aus der Family in dem Gefängnis umgekommen ist, aber einer von uns hat einen von denen umgebracht. So einer, unser Sohn dann wahrscheinlich, hat einen Disrupt-Menschen umgebracht. I don't know. Ich muss vielleicht nochmal zurückspulen und mal gucken, was da genau stand. Aber es ist halt aktuell nicht möglich. Wir machen einfach mal weiter. Die ganzen Zwischensequenzen hier sind ein bisschen sehr verwirrend, muss ich ehrlich zugeben. Wir entscheiden mal einfach alles so in einer von Moment zu Moment Situation und schauen mal, wohin uns das führt. Ja? It's your anniversary and this year's gonna be... hat noch gerade bestanden. Gonna be cheap, genau. It's more than you'd usually spend, but Sam's worth every... Ich kenne ja jetzt Sam, also ich habe die noch nicht gesehen und nicht mit ihr geredet, aber sie scheint ein guter Mensch zu sein. Unsere Frau, fucking Christ. Natürlich, raus. Spend that money. Wir haben Geld dafür abgesahnt, zu Beginn halt ein bisschen für Advanced Werbung zu machen. Also ich dachte, die wären cool. Können wir das Geld jetzt auch ausgeben? Es geht doch wahrscheinlich alles in den Bach runter. Ne? last time you went away, it was an amazing weekend together. And this time's gonna be even better. And what a better way to start off than by going all out and cooking a nice meal from scratch. Fancy. Sam's gonna love it. They should be here any minute. Even you and Chris seem to be on the same page for the first time in years. Maybe it's been long enough for them to forgive you. Or perhaps they decided they were unfair to ask you. But either way, you are grateful for the newfound peace. Oder die haben einfach andere Probleme gerade. Außer dass, keine Ahnung, ich dem vor 2-3 Jahren nicht beim Fälschen von Dokumenten geholfen habe. They even helped you clean up the house today. So when Sam gets back from work, it'll be pristine. You hear keys in the lock and put the final touches in place. Oh, I'm gonna put some touches on places, if you know what I mean. Sam, hey, hi. As Sam steps into the hallway, you're waiting in the
Namaste, you guys.
Good morning.
Let's fucking go!
Julio. Hello. Einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Vielen lieben Dank für den Raid. Ein herzliches klang mich nach T-Pain, das da gerade. Ich habe neues Spielzeug. Julie, wie geht's euch? Euer Stream, schön, dass ihr hier seid. Sorry. Julio und Raiders, schön, dass ihr hier seid. Lehnt euch zurück, macht euch bequem. Genießt die Show, genießt diesen Wahnsinn, der hier gleich weitergeht. Wie geht's euch, wie geht's euch? Wintar, Mama Flöte. Darf ich auch alternativ Stylophon machen, Jackie? Ich schreibe ein Lied für dich. Es heißt Blech. So, ich muss direkt weiter. Alles klar, Julio. Dann viel Spaß bei weiter. Und vielen, vielen, vielen lieben Dank, dass du deine Menschen vorbeibringst. Hallo, liebe Julioanten. Macht euch bequem, lehnt euch zurück. Wer mich noch nicht kennt, mein Name ist Wintar. Wir spielen gerade ein etwas außergewöhnliches Videospiel mit dem Namen Not for Broadcast. Ja, ich würde euch ja so gerne erklären, worum es geht. Das kann ich aber ganz kurz zusammenfassen. Aber ich glaube, wenn ihr euch einfach mental öffnet für alles, was passiert und einfach mal zulässt, ist, glaube ich, die beste Art und Weise, das Spiel zu genießen. Not for Broadcast ist ein so ein bisschen wie Papers, Please, nur dass hier statt Leute an der Grenze nach ihren Papieren untersucht, leitet ihr die Regie einer Nachrichtensendung und könnt so ein bisschen entscheiden, was die Leute sehen und was nicht. Und ich glaube, das ist die simpelste Art und Weise, das Spiel zu beschreiben. Das war dein Song für dich, Jackie. You're welcome. You are welcome. Anyway, As Sam steps into the hallway, you're waiting in the doorway to the kitchen, dressed to the nines and acting as nonchalant as possible. Alex? What is all this? Oh my god, did you clean? And what's that smell? They give you a quick kiss as they step past you into the kitchen, where the banquet is laid out, candles lit, with Chris and Susie standing quietly, grinning. Oh my god, Alex! Oh my gosh! Ah! Happy anniversary, Sam. Mal wieder einen Tick lauter. In der Passagen sind immer sehr leise. Happy anniversary, comes a chorus from your two cheerleaders, and Sam turns to you, smiling with tears in her eyes. Aww. Nicht weinen. Hab's für dich gemacht. Kann irgendwann das Meme, dieses klassische TikTok-Video-Format, wo einfach ein Dude eine Konversation mit sich selbst quasi führt und die Kamera, ne? Wo der eine Dude dem anderen Dude ein Sandwich macht. Und einfach nur, Dude, I made you a sandwich. What? You made me a sandwich? Yeah. For me? Yeah. Can I taste it? Yeah, you can. God damn it. It's for you. Das ist sehr gut. Einer von euch weiß, welches Meme ich meine. Welches Video ich meine. Sam rushes over and kisses you softly, only breaking off when you get a less than subtle cough from Susie. By the way, how do you feel about being grandparents? Susie continues. What? Wait, what was that? Kidding, I'm kidding. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow. Kidding, I'm kidding. Though it might be sooner than you think, Susie laughs as Sam grabs the door frame for support. Nicht lustig. Nicht lustig. Alright. You're coming with me before you give your parents another heart attack. We'll see you later. Tomorrow. As in, not tonight. With a wink, they finish ushering Susie out of the house. You pull out Sam's chair for them. Why, thank you, Sam says, taking a seat and grinning at you. Sounds like Susie and Zach are happy. They shake their hands as you take your own seat opposite of them. You really didn't have to do this, Alex. I know. I wanted to. I love you, Sam. Aw. Die zwei, ey. Da schmelzt mein Herz. I love you too. They breathe, admiring the panoply of foods you prepared for them. Now, where on earth do I begin? They laugh as you pour the first glass of champagne auch noch. Dang. You're very lucky to have such a wonderful family. Oh, ich kann kaum warten, bis sie mir weggenommen wird. Schön Videospiel. Ist ja nicht so. Nee, ach Quatsch. Ist ja nicht so, als würde man jetzt die Harmonie der Familie jetzt noch einmal richtig schön in jede Emotionsritze einmal so rein. Ich nehme das Wort Emotionsritze nochmal zurück, das ist ein schlechtes Wort. In jede Faser meines Seins eingerieben wird, bevor die, keine Ahnung, mir weggenommen werden oder so. Oder zumindest Alex weggenommen wird. Who could ask for more? I mean... Okay, 300 Tage später wieder. An unwelcome discovery. Sam's had been brief but urgent. Susie was in a hospital and had asked both of you to come. Susie was in the hospital. You left work immediately. Both men had grudgingly accepted that family emergency was cause enough to leave on short notice. Though you sure he muttered something about you making up the hours. When you ask at the front desk, they directed you to Susies room. Wait, aber die arbeitet doch hier, oder ist die jetzt auch krank? Wait, what? You run up the 2 flights of stairs and along the corridor until you find the right room. Another one. What's that? 5? The 2 nurses outside cut themselves off as you push past into the room. Sam is at your daughter's bedside speaking with the doctor. Susie is in a medical gown. Both faces are streaked with tears. What's wrong? What happened? Yep. Emotionsritz. Guck, es war harmloser gedacht. Ist egal. Was ihr wieder denkt, Chat, versautes Zeug, neigt wie schmutzige Gedankenlore. The doctor looks sympathetically towards you as you move out your arms around a pair of them. Susie should be fine after some time to rest. However, I'm afraid we're unable to save the baby. Okay. Okay, es gibt anscheinend ein Baby. Gut zu wissen. Also, jetzt vielleicht nicht mehr. Sam hugs Susie as your daughter breaks down into tears. Was sagte ich? Erst die Emotionen einmal so schön. Die Family, alles ist schön, alles ist gut. Susie albert noch rum, dass sie schwanger ist. Und 300 Tage später, oder 200. I know this is hard to hear right now, but it looks like it could be difficult, if not impossible, for you to conceive. Again, I'm terribly sorry, and if you have any questions at all, I'll be outside. The 3 of you are left alone in the room, hugging tight, as if that could somehow fix this. Your poor little girl, you wish there was something you could do. Anything. But there isn't. For now, all you can do is hold her close and protect your daughter best as you can. Haben wir bald alle Themen, die irgendwie, weiß nicht, über die man sich keine Gedanken machen will. Haben wir die bald alle in dem Spiel drin? Fuck, ey. Wir hatten schon Diktaturen, Atomanschläge, Fehlgeburten, Theater. Okay. Also ein bisschen geschmacklos, der Witz, I'm sorry. I mean, it sure is shit, but adoption is not. I mean, ja, auf jeden Fall, ganz schön. Aber es geht wahrscheinlich nicht darum, dass die unbedingt jetzt ein Kind haben wollten und jetzt nicht die Gelegenheit haben, ein Kind zu haben, sondern dass in ihr ein Mensch stirbt. You know? Ich meine, klar. Klar. Sohn im Knast. Aber der ist ja schon wieder draußen anscheinend. Ich meine, der war ja eben auch da. Oder? Der war doch eben, als wir den Abend mit Susi geplant haben. I know, but that second one. I know. Und Charlie... Da habe ich den eben dazu gedichtet in meinem Kopf. Vielleicht bin ich noch ein bisschen nicht ganz so 1000% bei der Sache. Das ist noch der Alkohol im Blut. Everything's ready. You and Sam been trying to watch Bullet Man for years, but you missed it in the cinemas, and it never seemed to be in stock when you went to pick out VHS. Stimmt, wir sind irgendwo im Jahr, weiß nicht, 1912. Wann gab's VHS-Kassetten? Ach, Chris war das. Ich hab einfach kein Gedächtnis für Namen, ey. Ich kann Namen einfach... Namen sind Schall und Rauch. Ich brauche Gesichter. Vor allem halt keiner in der ganzen Geschichte, in der ganzen... Also unserer Seite der Geschichte hat ein Gesicht. Ne? Ich meine, klar, die wir im Fernsehen sehen. Aber ich weiß nicht, wie wir aussehen. Ich weiß nicht, wie Sam aussieht. Ich weiß nicht, wie Susie aussieht. Nicht, wie Chris aussieht. Nicht, wie Charlie aussieht. Nicht, wie... Ja, Punkt. And now you're just waiting for them to get home so you can start. You hear the front door open as you put a bowl of popcorn on the coffee table. They are ready to go. Get your butt in here. Sam comes in with a vacant stare, ignoring both film and snacks as they sit next to you. You have to actually nudge them to break the stupor. Sam? What is it? I've just been let go from work. Sam just stared into space. Apparently, there's just isn't need for 2 nursery teachers anymore. Not enough children, so they can't justify the expense. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. It'll be okay. You'll find another place. No, you don't get it. There's just isn't that demand for younger year teachers anymore. Not just here, anywhere. I don't know what I'm going to do. What we're going to do. You pull Sam into a hug. It's alright. But what we saved, we should be okay for a while. Das ist scheiße. Job verlieren ist immer scheiße. Aber man kommt da irgendwie um die. Man kommt irgendwie, ne? Finanziell aus. Ich meine, wir verdienen jetzt nicht so schlecht. Ich meine, wenn wir echt in den 80ern sind, also ich schätze mal, so vom Zeitraum sind wir auch so. Also wenn VHS-Kassetten echt noch was sind. Und ich weiß ja nicht, wie allgemein die finanzielle Lage aussieht, jetzt wo, ne, die, keine Ahnung, der Quasi-Kommunismus hier herrscht. Soll das ja kein so übertrieben großes Problem mehr sein, oder? It's alright. Genau, what you saved, we should be okay for a while. Talk? Oh, worrying depth. Okay, plötzlich sind wir in Schulden. Wait, sie arbeitet einen Tag nicht. Sofort. You have now crippling debts. Yay! I guess you're right. I just hate putting this burden on you. Sam pulls back. Oh, ich mag Sam. But I'll find something. I promise. We're a team. They laugh. God, I can't believe I just said that. Sounds like a bloody advice. Oh, Team. Kein gutes Wort. Nee, sag nicht Team. Sag, wir sind... Okay, es gibt wenig alternative Worte dafür. Duo, ein gutes Duo. You chuckle. You are tough and we'll get through this together. Oh, 2, ey. You flick Bullet Man on, finally finishing the film. After years of build-up, it was typical Hollywood blockbuster. Not best sold on its writing, but enjoyable nonetheless. Later that night, long after Sam's fallen asleep, while cocooned in the duvet, you find yourself wide awake, thinking about money. How long will your savings actually last? Jetzt war es vielleicht doch keine so geile Idee, halt so viel Geld für unseren Ausflug auszugeben oder das Essen auszugeben. Naja, okay. Shit. Okay, nochmal. Ein Jahr später. Kriegen wir eigentlich mehr Geld, wenn wir höhere Einschaltquoten haben? Wahrscheinlich, ne? Das heißt, wir müssten uns jetzt echt mal anstrengen. Ich habe mit Alex einen absichtlich geschlechterneutralen Namen. Ja, genau. Hört sich minimal Charakter an. Genau, richtig. Auch die ganze Zeit wird nur von them gesprochen und nie sie oder er. Das ist klug. Ich hätte es einfach für mich assoziiert, dass Alex ein Dude ist und Sam eine sie, aber oh, modern shit.
I know we don't see eye to eye on much, but things could be significantly worse. Why don't you try to muddle through for a change rather than your established approach of giving me a headache? If not for me, do it for the children, Alex. It's advanced as ill-conceived. Bring your daughter to work day today, so there's even more people than usual for you to disappoint.
Okay. Goodbye Stromkasten, I guess. Okay, wir haben nur irgendwie 3 Tapes. Okay. Gut, ja, wir hauen ein paar A und Bs raus. Wir hauen jetzt ein paar S-Ranks raus. Was hältst du denn davon?
And this is Jenny. She's the floor manager. Hi, Stacey. That's Colin. He do not just don't talk to Colin.
Not getting involved and bring your daughter to work, Colin?
Nah, we don't believe in it.
All right, come and sit next to Mum.
Believe in what?
Just days.
Atta girl.
10 seconds, everybody.
Okay. Gut, let's go.
Okay, we are going in 5.
Oh, warte.
4.
Oh, dann machen wir wieder.
Good evening and welcome to the NNN. I'm Megan Wolf. And who's this, you might be wondering? Well, it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day here at Channel 1. So I'm joined tonight by my foster daughter, Stacey. Say hello, Stacey.
Go fuck yourself.
All right then, here are the stories that matter to you. First up, with Advance confirming that the nuclear fallout from the 20-week war is to blame for the drop in birth rates across the territories, we asked you what keeps you going. I know that I, for one, was quite deflated when I heard about this, but reading all your submissions has really put the smile back on my face. This is from Sonia in Larkfordshire. I've had plenty of time to fill, so I've started a new hobby. Since I started knitting, I barely remember that 85% of the country is sterile. My record is this scarf. It's 124 metres long. Thank you for that. And if you've started a new hobby, do write in and tell us about it. Next up, you know how we love your uncanny comestible coincidences. And I don't know about you, but I think this one really takes the biscuit. I'm not sure what I'm more impressed by, Stacey.
Sure.
The things our viewers spot, or the unbelievable way our menu centres are now able to feed every team member every single day. Greg?
No, the game crashed again. No. Don't do it. Don't crash.
Greg from Proddington has sent us this.
Nope, crashed again. Shit. Fuck. Wie früh Schrift ruft. Bis bald und viel Spaß noch. Alles klar, Bibi. Ich wünsche eine wunderbare Nacht und süße Träume. Schlaf gut, schön, dass du hier warst. Lass dich morgen nicht ärgern. Ja, okay. Ich muss, glaube ich, bei dem Game nebenbei einfach den Browser ausmachen. Das frisst so viel RAM, dieses Game. Es ist unglaublich. Aber, okay. Moment. Ich kann das Game gleich wieder starten. Es geht sofort weiter. Ich muss nur kurz warten, bis mein Rechner sich wieder beruhigt hat. Okay, noch nicht. Ja, okay, alles gut. Das versuchen wir nochmal. Zum Glück speichert das Game ja bei allem, was wir tun. Wo ist es denn? Crashy Game. Wirklich, Jackie. Wirklich. Crashy Game. Crashy. By the way, hat jemand, jetzt mal so ganz am Rand, hat jemand das Cover von Diggy Hole von Richard und Jonathan Young gehört? Ich hab's auf dem Discord gepostet vor ein paar Tagen. Ja, ist so gut, ne? Nope. Ach, Jackie.
Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawes.
Laut, ja. Okay. Dann hast du was nachzuholen. Wenn ich Musik poste, das ist quasi Hausaufgabe, sich das anzuhören. Was gibt Abzüge in der B-Note? Okay. Sterility. Warum heißt das Segment Sterility?
Winston, I know we don't see eye to eye on much, but things could be significantly worse. Why don't you try to muddle through for a change? Your established approach of giving me a headache. If not
Das
for
sehe
me,
ich jetzt erst.
for the children, Alex. Its advance is ill-conceived. Bring your daughter to work day today.
Da ist ein Advance-Symbol in dem Gang.
Expect catchy tunes and scenes of an inappropriately sexual nature, not one to miss. At 10 p.m, it's time for Julia's Diary, where the ever-popular Prime Minister reads extracts from her diary in front of a warm fire. Then at 10:30,
Okay.
it's the latest episode of our drama series, Betterment, which tells the inspirational story of Emily Dennisworth and the brave doctors and technicians struggling.
And
to
this is
help her
Jenny.
shed her
She's the
old
floor
habits
manager.
and
Hi,
adjust to the
Stacey.
new future. Strong language and
That's
things
Colin.
such as
He
are not one for the kids.
too much. Don't talk to Colin.
We're getting involved and bring your daughter to work, eh, Colin?
Wow.
Nah, we don't believe in it.
All right, come and sit next to Mum.
Was ist gegen Colin?
Days.
How did it all go so right? That's
Okay. Haben wir alles vorbereitet?
Well.
Strom ist an. Dings ist gut.
Monday's a myth.
That explains so much. Okay, we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening and welcome to the NNN. I'm Megan Wolf. And who's this, you might be wondering? Well, it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day here at Channel 1. So I'm joined tonight by my foster daughter, Stacey. Say hello, Stacey.
Go fuck yourself.
All right then, here are the stories that matter to you. First up, with Advance confirming that the nuclear
Machen wir mal B, was das ist.
20-week war is to blame for the drop in birth rates across the territories, we asked you what keeps you going. I know that I, for one, was quite deflated when I heard about this, but reading all your submissions has really put the smile back on my face. This is from Drew in Humberset. To take our minds off things, me and my partner have been building this house for our hamster. It really does distract us from thinking about the 85% sterility rate. So next week, we're building Nibbles a tiny conservatory, a loft conversion, and a holiday home. Thank you for
Cool.
that. And if you've started a new hobby, do write in and tell us about it. Next up, you know how we love your uncanny comestible coincidences, and I don't know about you, but I think this one really takes the biscuit. I'm not sure what I'm more impressed by, Stacey. The things our viewers spot, or the unbelievable way our menu centres are now able to feed every team member every single day. Greg from Proddington has sent us this lovely photo of their breakfast, saying, I couldn't bring myself to eat my toast this morning because I could swear it bore the spitting image of the great Julia Salisbury's relatable face. So I had to make do with a plate of butter and 2 spoonfuls of jam. Do keep those coming in. Come on, have a go. We've just got time for one more of your stories, and this one is an inspiring story of rehabilitation.
Sure.
Tell us who it's from. Yeah, and then read it out. Okay.
So this one says it's from John in Stokely. Before I was convicted, I'd never read a single book, but since I was released from Betterment, I haven't been able to stop. I'm even working at a library, and on our lunch breaks, Mr. Wordyworth spell checks my tattoos.
We absolutely love hearing the way our neighbours and team members have been able to become better people. So do let us know your stories here. You can do this bit, Stacey.
No, you're right, thanks.
Come on, give it a try.
Let us know your stories here at the NNN.
Right, we have a change of pace coming up here. You'll need to use the SFX buttons for the next segment, but Advance have already selected when and what to use. Simple stuff. Just follow your government orders.
No. Ich muss erst hier Dings machen. Ich muss erst hier das Signal fixen, sonst kriege ich gleich wieder Ausraster. Gut, Dankeschön. Auch sehr laut ist da.
First up tonight on the NNN, it's time to celebrate this week's team lottery winners live from the Shakespeare Theatre right here in the capital. We're going to.
Ich weiß nicht, warum ich sie so mag. Ich mag ihre Körperhaltung einfach. Ich so, kein Bock auf nix.
Stacey.
She's got a lot more going for her than you wankers.
Okay. Rising vote of approval there from Stacey. Let's go live to that right now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this week's Team Awards.
Ich habe geklickt, aber ist nichts passiert irgendwie.
I have as team leader, this is by far the most pleasant.
Okay, ich kann nichts anklicken irgendwie.
So often say to you,
warum nicht? Warum geht's nicht?
now, following the demise of Disrupt,
Jetzt geht's.
firmly behind us. This is the new future. And I say to you, it's better now.
Ich kann nur die richtigen anklicken. Oh. Ups, das wollte ich nicht.
Here tonight by one of the oldest people in Territory 1. He was born over 107 years ago. Please give a warm team welcome.
Ich kann nur das richtige anklicken.
Touch Badger.
Alfie, Touch Badger.
So, Alfie, you must have seen so much in your lifetime. What have been some of the highlights? Alfie? Is he all right?
Ja, ist alt, der braucht ein bisschen. Lass den.
His hearing aid isn't turned on.
Oh, could you turn it on?
Ich darf immer nur die richtigen drücken, oder was? Er hat keinen Bock auf den Charge. Wahrscheinlich.
Well, will you tell him that we'll buy him a brand new battery after the presentation?
Ich kann nur die richtigen drücken. Und die haben mir dieses Recht genommen.
And I will help him with that, yeah.
If you would. Sorry, can't get the staff.
Yeah. We got it.
So, Alfie. What? You're 107 years old.
Oh, don't bloody remind me.
Would you like to tell the audience what that's like?
Oh, where is everybody?
Out there, in the dark. Oh, bless him, it's not just the ears.
Who are you? 2 sugars, please.
I'm Julia Salisbury, the Prime Minister.
I like this story. Who are you really?
No, I really am the Prime Minister.
Oh, you're
a woman.
Yes, a woman. One of
Women can do anything men can do these days, Alfie.
Oh, can you kiss standing up?
I can't say I've ever tried.
No, I didn't think so. 2 sugars, please, and not too much milk.
Shall we get to the awards, Alfie?
Well, are you going to ask me about my life?
Well, I'm not sure we have enough time left now for that, so...
When I was 9, I wanted a pet, so I asked me Mam and Pap. There was no television then, back then, you know. We made our own entertainment out of coal and roadkill.
Well, that's fascinating.
So they got me a pet, see?
Hey, Fabi.
It weren't a dog. They told
Schönen guten Abend.
but it were a stone.
A stone?
Yes. So I called it Patch, which was a popular name for a dog back then on account of the king having a patchy face. and I decided to introduce him to pretty little Gertie Thimble, who lived up the road.
Oh, how romantic.
She threw my dog in the river. That was the day I decided I'd never marry.
And that's the secret to your long life?
Oh no, I've been married 7 times, divorced 8. There was a mix-up with number 3, see? Yes, I'm just lucky. Are we going back to the home soon?
Soon, Alfie. First, let's turn to the reason we're all here, the weekly Team Awards. First up tonight is a lady who really knows how to put in the extra hours. She works at a center in
Es ist schwer, hier Punkte zu sammeln, ey.
She has single-handedly allowed more families to unburden each other than any other nurse in Territory 1. In the uneven path, she'd have been locked up. Tonight, she is being honoured as a team player. Please welcome Daphne Snister.
Daphne. Hi, Daphne.
Are you here to change me?
Just give her a medal, Alfie. There's a good boy.
Wow. Ich will halt Bock hier zu sein.
2 sugars, please. And don't let it steep too long.
I think you're supposed to give me one of those.
Oh. Well,
there he goes. Look.
I can't get the arms up any higher than that. You'll have to go down.
Thank God those fractious times are behind us, and now the territories are thriving.
Are we in? As the actors said to the bishop.
Yes, thank you. I've got it from here.
Well done. Daphne Snister, everybody. Now, open your envelope and find out what you've won. Don't hold back there.
What the fuck?
Up in one of Peter's homemade Eccles cakes.
Got it. I've won a holiday for 2 in Territory 15. Used to be called San Palmerino, didn't it?
I believe it did, yes.
Why couldn't we have stuck with that then? It's easier to remember.
We're all one nation now.
Nö, muss ich zensieren.
On fire? Daphne Snister, everyone.
Oh, what about my change? I've been in these wide fronts for 3 days now.
We'll get to that, Alfie.
Oh, right you are, love.
Next up tonight is a couple from Farnley who, after a rocky start losing their family's ill-gotten gains to the Assets and Wealth Act, have really embraced the new future, setting up a community farm and petting zoo in their local area for all the local children to play.
Warum habe ich meinen Bonus wieder verloren? Ich verstehe das manchmal nicht.
Jackson, Randy,
Waren das schon mehr als 10 Sekunden?
Medals, Alfie.
You know, when I was in the trenches, I had a pal called Scotty Wilson. He was from way up north, so I didn't understand a bloody word he said. But he were my best mate.
Should we describe them for ourselves?
Probably for the best.
And his best mate was Smudger Ace. There was them 2. Fiddly Eric, Unstable Terry, and of course, Leggy Sydney.
Leggy Sydney, Klassiker.
Girl. But she had a boy's name, so they shipped her to the front anyway. First girl any of us has ever seen close up. She's dead now. They all are. Smudger and Scotty never made it home. Fiddly got shanked in Frankfurt prison in argument over an olive. And Terry, he exploded quietly at home. Sydney got a fatal skin condition. Scratched herself to death. It makes you think.
Thanks, Alfie. Great
Cool.
contribution.
Yeah.
Otho and Lobelia, a petting zoo.
After we lost all our wealth, we discovered there were actually people who had never even owned a pony.
I used to have 3.
So we decided to do something about it. That's the type of people we are, you see. Advantage of a private education, probably.
Well, I'm sure we can debate that all night, but there's no time. So, let's see what you've won.
Yes, but before we do, there's something I wanted to say to you.
Oh, absolutely. Every citizen of the new future has my ear.
When Advance came to power, you took all of our wealth. You took the shirts off of our backs.
Quite literally, in my case, I used to collect shirts.
You might as well have the rest of it too.
Oh, security!
God, not again. I've said it once, I've said it
Was? Oh.
pennies in the news are not
Jesus Christ.
Keep those flappy bits off my chest.
Ah!
Much better. And you are?
Jetzt haben wir mal TDs gezeigt. Das lasst ihr doch mal. Das zeigt auf jeden Fall für Einschaltquoten.
You tell him, girl. That's my wife, you know. Oh, no, you don't.
You can't mix pearls with swine. It isn't right. We used to have 3 horses. Then turned to fessle and hung well.
Kann man sie zeigen, ohne dass sie nackig ist? Ja, kann man. Also sie ist nackig, aber man sieht halt nicht.
And a rooster that would bloody shut up.
Can we get this over quickly with, please?
As the actress said to the bishop. Oh, here we go
Okay,
again.
saved it. Haben nur viele Punkte verloren.
Stop them!
Das war so ein Batman-Zäungeräusch.
I'll protect you. Oh.
You better blow their ruddy nose.
You know, this reminds me of when I was in my 20s and we go to the promenade at Shining on Sea and watch all the pretty girls on.
So wird das noch niemals ein A-Rank, das da.
It was black and white then, of course. We'd visit the Penny Arcade and try to win a block of lard.
Oh, cool. Hast du gesappt.
You couldn't buy lard in those days. You had to win it. Oh.
Können wir das zeigen oder ist das auch schlecht? Das war schon A. Wir haben nur einmal so kurz draufgeschaltet, wie die verprügelt haben. Alles gut. Ein bisschen Einschaltquoten, ein bisschen was für die Wahrheit.
With their big tents and their candy floss, you'd hear the music, the pipe organ, drifting over the nearby fields. My mum used to call it the most magical sound in the world. This was before she lost her hearing after giving a particularly loud round of applause. Did you ever go to the circus?
What's that, Alfie?
The circus. Oh, never mind. Yeah, just a tea, pet.
Well, that was an unexpected dose of naked nostalgia. Some people simply can't let go of the past. That's why I look in joy and fervent admiration at the younger generation. So cohesive, such a team. And with fertility falling throughout the territories, we should value our fabulous new generation now more than ever. Our final winner tonight is a go-getter who really went and got him, helping to root out more than 170.
Ich verstehe nicht, warum ich manchmal einfach meinen Streak verliere. Ich habe nur 3 Kameras zur Auswahl und ich muss andauernd halt wechseln. Weil wenn ich schon lange auf einer Einstellung bleibe und dann... Again, fuck you, Jesus Christ, ich brauch Geld. Lass mich Punkte sammeln.
Prime Minister, it's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you. We're very similar, in my opinion.
Well, I've never been much of a role model.
Nonsense, Prime Minister. You have saved this country. You have fought enemies, foreign and domestic, with an iron fist. As with my own tiny fists have I.
Well, let's open the envelope and find out what you've won. Maybe it'll be a fist enlargement.
A year's in
Behavior
coach at Betterment. Let's show the fools where they went wrong, eh?
Well, actually, Betterment is about rehabilitation, Edwin.
Absolutely. And if they don't reintegrate, we retaliate. Just like you did on Liberation Night. Thank you for this award. And
das ist ja nicht Folgepunkte.
report the non-cohesives. Be a team player.
That concludes tonight's award, Dad.
Wow, ein Punkt.
When hopefully things will be a lot more normal. Back to you, Megan.
Prime Minister Salisbury there at a highly eventful.
Gibt's heute noch Happy Hamelsburger Farben? Nee.
Any thoughts on this week's
Heute nicht.
Stacey?
The nurse was fucking
Was?
scary.
Was?
Those teeth were saggy, and that
Jesus Christ.
will never lose his virginity.
Okay, well.
Aber es steht auch im Streamtitel, was wir heute Abend spielen.
Profane. After the break, we'll be going live to a star-studded premiere. You won't believe who's on the red carpet tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Also Werbung.
Oh, Alex, one other... What's that? You're off already? I know you had to take the day off work with uni, but... Oh, I see. No luck still with Theodore. I'm so sorry, darling. Of course. I'll speak to you later. Oh, Alex, I completely forgot what I was going to say. Blast it all. You're lucky your Susie is a key worker and exempt for today.
Comic disaster.
What?
Yeah, that. It's just like having him back in the chair.
Do you reckon he's watching us somewhere? Laughing. I think he is.
Nee, Happy Amelsburger Farm am wahrscheinlich nächsten Samstag. Also ab nächster Woche gibt's wieder
So she can swear.
normale Streamverhältnisse, normale Zeiten. Dann gibt's Samstag auch wieder Indie-Samstag und dann machen wir abends dann Happy Amelsburger Farm fertig. Great Day, wirklich. Ich weiß nicht, was ich falsch gemacht habe, ganz ernsthaft. Also, muss man wirklich so regelmäßig wechseln? Ich habe halt nur 3 Kameraeinstellungen gehabt. Das ist dann auch ein bisschen witzlos, ne?
Robin is going to grab her and then you've got these generic links on the auto cue to glue it all together.
They do know I have a Queen's View degree in journalism.
Bet you wish you'd studied something useful now, eh?
All this bring your daughter to work day. What a joke.
Where is our honoured guest?
I don't know, she's probably sniffing around that boy band. Hot spot.
Heat rash. Hotspot won it last year.
Heat rash. Oh, God, they're running out of names, aren't they?
I hear the computer comes up with them, the songs too. Ah, there she is, and just in time too. That's 10 seconds, everybody.
What have you been up to?
What's it to you?
And we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. Stacey's still here.
Wishing she wasn't.
Thanks, Stacey. And in this segment, we're delighted to have sent Robin and Patrick to the movies. Yes, tonight is the world premiere of The Automated, starring Lawrence Blunderclatch and the late, great Helena Canterbury Boatshoe. And all the stars are out tonight. We first covered this film almost 5 years ago, back when it was called The Medicated. Then, for mysterious reasons, the film was suddenly pulled the night before its release. Well, since then, executive producer George Focus has spent 5 long years polishing the film and turning it into a special edition and premiering tonight. With extensive state-of-the-art visual effects and a top-quality voice team, George says it's the movie he always wanted to make. Now, let's take a look at it.
Rage, hi. Schönen guten Abend. Vielen lieben Dank für den Host.
Captain? I can't deconstruct it. Robots!
Is this a wig?
You think I don't grow that?
No, Dick, I'll kill you. Think of satin.
There's something on your face, Chief Harrison!
What the fuck just happened? Ich muss leider unten rechts auf den Bildschirm schauen. Ich weiß nicht, was passiert. Ich weiß nicht, was passiert.
Captain Quasar.
Help.
It's ones and zeros, baby.
Okay.
Only I'd noticed.
Captain Quasar.
You rusted, but I didn't notice.
Captain.
I'm buffering, Dick, you said.
Got one on you.
God damn it, lost it all!
Here's a map.
What's a map?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Okay, so head north on Interstellar Avenue, left at the asteroid belt, and a tricky 3-point turn at Uranus. What are these symbols?
At Uranus, you say?
This is the key.
Shut it down.
Yes, yes, we could shut it down. But we have to ask ourselves.
We good? Nope, we're not good.
Who are we?
What the fuck passiert? Oh.
Gosh, thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey?
The robots were alright, I guess.
They certainly were. Let's go over to Robin Short now in Western Square, who I believe has got the star of the show. Robin.
Right, you, shall we?
Yes, we are live from Western Square with a man who needs no introduction, Florence Blunderclatch. How has your evening been so far?
Magical. Absolutely.
Schon wieder? Jesus
My
Christ.
most dear friends all gathered here to celebrate my work. One really couldn't ask for much more. Good one.
Well, on that note, with award season just around the corner, are you hoping to add to your collection for a third time?
Well, I really couldn't say. But if the association deigned to honour me for a fourth time, so be it. It's really not for me to say. But let's just say, I know of 3 little gold men who are getting rather lonely.
Absolutely.
Because I've won 3. 3 little awards.
And each more deserved than the last. Well, it's safe to say.
Ich sehe schon, wir bekommen heute nicht sonderlich viele Kohle.
How's that been?
Nope.
As I was saying to
Oh God.
Stephen only yesterday, that's Stephen Spellman. The Stephen Spellman. Lovely chap. I mean, unbelievable mind. I said, Stephen, you know, this really has been quite the ride. Did you know what he said? He agreed with me.
Abgefahrene Story, mein Dude.
Wow. And what do you attribute your success to?
Well, if we're talking actual numbers, I'd have to say 60%.
What? Es war, what the fuck? Es war einfach genau richtig.
And 10% passion. Brackets.
Good, Dankeschön.
Not to
What? Es ist
wichtig. That really was the start. That and my own range of.
Was willst du von mir?
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Well, it's
Good.
been a delight talking to you, as always. Thank you so much. Well, Patrick Bannon should be with Lil C for a conversation that doesn't involve vomit. Patrick!
Thank you, Robin. Let's hope not. I'm actually joined here by
Billy Bob Jean Short. And surely you recognize my youngest, pop sensation, Lil D. Her Lil C covers album drops next week.
Actually, we weren't expecting Lil C. Is she?
She's around. She's not been feeling very well. She's put me in charge.
Has she?
Well, the courts have. They gave me stewardship over her estate, her finances, and her internal soul. Praise Craglar!
Praise Craglar.
Wow.
Praise Greglar, indeed. Was zur Hölle passiert?
Questions for her.
Well, she might be along later, but...
Hail Greglar.
And spiritual guardian, I'll be happy to answer all and any questions on her behalf.
And Lil D, was it? Well, you look great.
Oh, thank you. You know what? I feel great.
Well, who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Little C, and you could be too.
Really?
Little C's new line launches tonight. This is one of my favourite looks. It's called...
Oh, what a unique name!
Hard to spell, though.
But of course, Lil C is basically fashion royalty now, with a veritable clothing empire to her name.
Yeah, well, the label's gone from strength to strength since our initial TV.
Das ist so penibel inzwischen. Da musst du wirklich pixelgenau das Zeug da bewegen. Und du bist einmal kurz rot und dann seine Punkte weg.
Costs more than my second jet. Feel that?
Yes, it's a nice hat.
Person.
And Probes magazine has
what the fuck?
my success story ever.
And do you have any advice
Was ich da
for
falsch
anyone
mache?
wanting to
Das ist doch... Ja.
All you need to succeed on your own.
Ja, Sam, also sorry.
And pre-existing.
Wir sind leider arm.
It's not
Weil diese Maschine einfach nur Scheiße baut.
Well, but in sadder news, am I right that Lil C is going to be retiring from music?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'm sure you can imagine. At 25, she's far too old for pop music now. She can't keep up with these young stars. So, her best-of album is out now, and she's touring that later this year. And then, her farewell tour the year after that. And that's her last chance to see her. So, until the...
No, how? Whomst?
But it's been a long and varied career, as you can imagine. She's very, very proud of herself.
Oh, and if her health's bad, then maybe it's for the best.
What's wrong with her health? Oh, yes, her health. Her poor health. And it's surprisingly expensive treatments. Curse you, Zatan! Damn your intergalactic justice!
What? No, Hail Satan. Worum geht's?
Well,
Yeah, we did
You
it.
get back. Those babies aren't going to sell themselves, or possibly at all. Billy Bob, Lil C, D, thank you so much for joining me, and do pass our best wishes to Lil C.
Who?
Hi, anonym. Und nee,
Robin is with a
nur heiser.
legend who
Alles gut, nur heiser.
irreplaceable. Is that who I think it is, Robin?
It absolutely is, Patrick.
Jetzt kommt wieder eine Sektion, wo wir das Ding unten beeinflussen müssen, schätze ich mal.
How have you been?
You know, I like to
Yep.
be amongst the peoples every now and then. It makes them feel close to me.
Right, yes.
And to be close.
Was?
Be human.
Es ist einfach genau auf der Linie. Und das Spiel einfach so, ne, falsch, tut mir leid.
That was good right there, though.
Gott, das ist so fucking penibel, ey.
It's good to see you've done so well for yourself.
Thank you, my child. You know, I have you to thank for that. If it was never for your show supporting me and my music, I never would have transcended.
Now, there are rumours going around that you might be running for office. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, that's absolutely true, yeah.
But you're aware that elections have been suspended in the territories?
No, I'm not running to be no prime minister.
Oh, you're not?
No. I'm gonna be king of the moon.
King
Ah, ja.
of the Moon?
King of the Moon. Das bin ich aber schon, tut mir leid.
You're running
Ah.
for King of the Moon?
No, not running. It's my birthright.
And does
Mein-
this have anything to do with
Ich meine,
promoting
klingt jetzt auch nicht viel wahnsinniger als Kanye West, würde ich sagen.
Hush now. Cynicism is so unmoon.
Okay. And how long will this last? Will it go the way of last year's Living as a Mouse fiasco? Or maybe your foray into ventriloquist beats?
I don't make the moon rules. I merely live by them.
So, are you looking forward to seeing the automated?
You know, I don't believe in film. Thou shalt keep thine image still and holy. That's track 4, Jesus Christ made us though.
Okay. Thank you for your time and good luck with your new life in space.
And with you, my child.
We did it! Wir sind zumindest hier voll hier oben, ne? Vielleicht kriegen wir noch ein paar Balken dazu.
Well, Megan, that's what success looks like. I'm going to see if we can grab someone else to have a chat. Back to you.
Thanks, Robin. But I think Stacey and I are probably in quite enough trouble where we are. So, 3 big names there, Stacey.
Yeah, big names.
Any thoughts about them, maybe from your generation's perspective?
You won't like my opinions.
Oh, go on, try me.
Well, Bumbanonk is so old he's like 1 week away from a transition centre, so who cares? And Lil C was cool when I was like 12 or something, but now she's just another fucking loony. And Jesus is a disrupt-loving wanker who should have died with the rest of them 3 years ago.
You're right.
You agree with me?
No, you're right, I don't like your opinions. But thankfully, we can go back to Patrick now, who has another familiar face to catch up with. Oh, Patrick!
It's absolutely buzzing here, Megan. The anticipation is killing us. But a little birdie's told us that any moment now, we should get a glimpse of someone incredibly popular with our viewers. A favourite destination for many of the fans. Yes, the Mayor of Bumley will be arriving
Der
literally.
Mayor of Bumley, höchstpersönlich.
No sign of him yet, but as you can tell, the atmosphere here really is something else. Patrick Bannon, NNN, what's it been like since Bumley got so popular?
Well, it's been wonderful. The tourism numbers have exploded thanks to the marketing campaign. Investors have ploughed millions into the town. We've got more Bumleyan jobs. It's brought more Bumleyan homes. We're all very grateful. Of course, it's not all bums and roses. It's almost impossible to get
Oh,
a
Bums and Roses. Die Geschichte von Bumlington.
crowds are unbelievable.
Genau tun. Das ist alles im Test morgen.
Bloody marvellous hole.
And how have you found public service?
Well,
Yes.
it's been the greatest honour of my life to serve the town that I love so dearly. From the banks of the graceful Taint to the quiet
Taint?
elegance of the
Wait.
rock-soaked car park outside the 24-hour petrol station.
Worüber reden wir gerade?
It's been a privilege, a pleasure, a gift, and And I can't thank the mayor enough for all he's done.
Let's talk to the mayor now. Excuse me, sir.
Doggo.
Tell us a bit of what it's like to be elected to
Doggo.
such a prestigious office.
Borg.
And do you have any words for your legions of fans out there?
Yay! Bester Interviewgast bisher.
But blistering honesty from the Right Honourable Peanut Tea Fortescue there. And his PA.
A proclamation. Quickly, fetch your policy bag.
The fuck is this? Oh,
Sir, we'll get it ratified at once.
Well, there you have it, Megan. What an honour to literally see local government at work there. I'm still in shock. Back to you at the studio.
So am I.
Thanks, Patrick. What a colourful interview there on what looks like an amazing night. They certainly know how to make an entrance, I hope.
Achievement unlocked, the bummiest of times. What the fuck?
Have unstoppable written all over it, because despite Boris Horsey in Hours magazine calling it Lawrence Blunderclatch's overly long suicide note, in a review which ends with the words, and he hasn't even had the decency to see it through, the film, which is free to all residents of the territories, has seen record pre-bookings and looks set to run for months and months. But let's go back to those lucky few seeing it tonight. Oh, I'm so jealous. Robin, you seen it?
Oh, so zu früh. Sorry.
Well, I thought I saw some leprechauns in the green room, but I think it might have been someone's kids.
Zu früh, sorry.
But I know, they just keep coming. And here are some more famous faces, or famous brains, I suppose. It's Dr. David Wong and Dr. Ingrid is also here. We have been following your plight so closely on our show over the last few years. What's it like to be back on dry land?
It's so wonderful. I'm still not used to it. Every time I see the sun, I want to just...
Ja, anonym, es geht mir nicht anders.
I'm grateful every day to your viewers for their support. Without them, well, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, it's fine.
Ich denke mal, im Hintergrund passieren weiterhin halt Befreiungsschläge von dem, oh Gott, fuck, dem, ja, von Disrupt, diesem, ich sag mal, in Anführungszeichen Terroristenverein, der halt für die Befreiung des Volks kämpft, aber wir sind halt ein Fernsehsender. Wir berichten das, was wir berichten sollen. Und ab und zu tropft so ein bisschen die Realität durch, auch wenn wir die meiste Zeit, keine Ahnung, Filmpremieren berichten und so. Aber keine Sorge, du kannst es auch alles nachholen. Die kommen irgendwann alle auf YouTube. Und so, wenn man die ganze Story mitbekommt, dann macht das alles schon ein bisschen Sinn. Aber nur hier ein Schnipsel und da ein Schnipsel ist natürlich schwierig, alles mitzubekommen. Oder den Kontext und den etwas einzigartigen Erzählstil des Spiels, you know?
At least she doesn't have a PhD in biomechanics.
You take that back.
Well, thanks to you both for pushing the boundaries of human knowledge.
Arsehole.
Crikey! Well, the movie's about to start, so
Ich war gerade am Trinken, du Arschkrampe, ey.
price popcorn. Back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Robin. Lucky you, and enjoy the movie. The Automated opens in cinemas across the territories this weekend. What a star-studded event, hey, Stacey?
Who cares? No one goes to the cinema these days.
Of course. We'll be back after these messages.
Oh.
I still go to the cinema.
You should get yourself a video recorder, like the one at the home.
Well, yeah, I've got a video recorder. It's just not the same, is it?
You're right, it's better. No unevens chatting and chewing all the way through.
Oh, what about a kiss and cuddle on the back row? Doesn't that happen anymore?
In public? What's wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me.
Feeling better? All right, you are. We've got to get set up for heat rash. I think Ronnie's on something.
I know he is. It was on his rider. Apparently it's medicinal.
Ronnie's always high. Give him orange juice.
Oh.
God, she speaks.
He's a stupid cunt.
And just like that, you wish she wouldn't.
Okay. Segment D. Ich krieg einfach keine besseren Bewertungen als D mehr. Was ist denn da los? Stell ich mich so dumm dran?
We seem to be a bit bunched up at the moment.
Oh, don't worry. It's so cool.
It's what now?
It's...
Oh, here's Megan. She's going to be interviewing you.
Hello. Hi.
This is her... this is Stacey.
Well, hello there, Stacey.
Fuck off, Ronnie. Right. No, I'm sorry, but if we can't be polite, you're going to have to wait in the dressing room. Whatever. Do you want to go and wait in the dressing room? No. No what? No. Thank you. Okay. And sit up straight. You're ruining my shot.
That's 10 seconds, everybody.
No co.
Fucking right, Noko. What's that? What's no? What's
Bring in
Noko?
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. For our final segment tonight, Stacey and I are delighted to be joined by Heat Rash. Their new album, Girls and Why We Love Them All, comes out this weekend. So, let me see if I can get this right. It's Nolan.
I write the songs.
Ronnie.
That's what it says on my tattoo.
Oh, you've got a tattoo of your name on yourself. Okay.
In case he forgets it.
This raconteur, you must be Chinny.
Stop.
Why do they call you Chinny?
It's because of this ugly old thing.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh God, you're so fucking embarrassing.
Dale. Crikey, Dale, you do not look old enough to be in a band.
I get that a lot. I'm actually 23, the oldest one. I have a growth disorder.
God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that.
It's so co-pretty.
He's only messing with you.
He's actually 58.
Okay, right, I see. You're going to be a handful, aren't you, boys?
Mum.
And you must be TP. What does TP stand for?
Tiny prick.
It stands for team player.
I see. How long have you had that nickname?
Ever since Nolan decided Terry Prodance was a shit name for a member of a boy band.
No co, Ronnie.
Yeah, no co.
Go.
Ah. Fuck's sake. So co.
Yeah.
So cohesive. You preties say cool.
Right, okay. Thank you, Stacey.
Sorry about her.
Not your fault. She's uneven.
So, you guys met through a popular show on one of our rival channels, didn't you?
Yeah, team players with a Z.
So, how did that work then?
Well, actually, Dale and I knew each other from school. We were actually classmates. And
Ich weiß nie, wer spricht von denen.
Now's a chance. We all went on team players. We all auditioned. The judges put us into bands. And yeah, we went to their houses and they just put us into bands.
Okay.
It's an example of how we're greater than the sum of our parts when we work in harmony.
And occasionally singing it.
So every week on the show, they get these bands and they give them a song that the producer just found from under the bin somewhere.
Actually, I write the songs.
And the public would phone in and decide which song they like best.
Right, and then the losers would be eliminated. Yeah? What?
No co. Pretty. So no co.
The band who get the most approval get to play their song again.
Sure. So what happens to the losers then?
Mum.
What do I keep doing wrong?
We don't use the L word anymore.
What do you mean losers?
Would you please stop saying that?
That word is a pejorative. It's a word designed to diminish. At Go-Getters, I learned very early that we only win when everybody wins.
But, sorry, that's not real life, is it? That's just sports board, no?
Thought you were Soko.
Yeah, I am Soko.
Nah, you're a shrinker. Can't be friends with shrinkers.
She doesn't know what you're talking about. She doesn't understand.
So I do understand, actually, Stacey.
What's a shrinker?
Well, a shrinker.
What's
is...
a pretty, Mum?
Well, I think it means someone who's older, doesn't it?
Pre-territories.
It's someone who turned 18 before the new future. We call you preties.
Unevens.
Mimis.
Nonks.
It's not her fault she's old. She can't help it.
I'm not that old.
I'm trying to help you here.
I don't think I need your help.
See? Total Mimi.
Is that so?
Yes, obviously.
You know what the real problem with you lot is? You just can't get over the fact that your beloved Disrupt are gone and you just don't fit in anymore.
Was denn?
But the truth is,
Was?
Disrupt were violent, no-co, pricks being led by a fucking psycho. I'm glad they lost, and you should be too.
Listen, not everyone over 30 supported Disrupt, Stacey.
Not everyone, no, but one fuck-off lot of you did.
Soko, Stacey. Soko.
We've all learned maybe a little bit more than we expected to there. I'm genuinely delighted to have met Heat Rash. And before we end the show tonight, I think you're going to sing for us, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. We're going to sing a song from Girls and Why We Love Them All called Pieces of My Heart, which is about a real relationship I had with an actual girl.
Oh, Nolan, give it a rest, mate. No one cares. Come on, let's get on these stools, lads.
Right.
We don't talk about losers. So,
So,
what?
Stacey, can I get your contact?
Oh, she's 15. Go on, piss off and sing your song, Terry.
Right, you are.
Schnauze.
So, here they are with their latest single, Pieces of My Heart. Are you excited, Stacey?
Not for me, no. I only listen to blip music and a bit of jizzcore.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, I know I meant to mention this earlier.
Jizzcore, Klassiker.
Angled boy bands change singer all the bloody time. Try and follow along, eh? Keep the shot on whoever is currently singing the lead vocal.
Wirklich?
I saw you standing by the menu center with a brand new pair of Lackers, baby. Do you remember? You took the first of the pieces of my heart. You wandered into a bush and grabbed a vodka and stank. Took our assets and our wealth and drew them out of the bag. I gave you little pieces.
Okay, es ist glaube ich nicht mehr, dass man im Rhythmus drücken muss.
I didn't know two hearts could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last and leave them in the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I don't want you to pay.
Ich hasse es.
Make me crazier than Neil today. On Liberation Night, girl, I was sitting beside you. We sat there shaking all the way through incisive words. We held each other as things fell apart. We took a train through all the territories and we threw away the rules and wrote our personal stories. You took a dozen pieces of my heart. I didn't know that life could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last. I leave them there, the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride.
Ich hasse es.
Snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times you have blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. I just want you to make me crazier than
Oh fuck, wer singt? Da.
crazier than Neil today.
Ich bin so verwirrt.
And now I'm staring.
Wer ist Main 4?
There's your picture beaming.
3 Shits.
And a handful of flaws. I'm trying to find the pieces of my heart and leave them in the
Shits.
uneven part. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I Saturday.
Fantastic, thank you, Flash. That was actually really good. Best of luck. Thank you for coming in. Now it's almost time for final thoughts tonight, and I've actually asked Stacey to write a few, and they're just being programmed onto the auto cue now. Now I have no idea what she's going to say, so fingers on that bleep button in the broadcast room just in case.
Wow.
Take it away, Stacey.
My name is Stacey. I guess you know that by now.
Oh no.
Don't know why I put that in there. Anyway. I don't watch the news. There's no need. You hear all the important stuff from your mates, so I don't know what's considered important anymore. But I'm pretty sure that it's not rehashed movies and fucking boy bands, so... Anyway. I'm going to talk about what's important to me. When Advance were first elected 6 years ago, I was 9.
6 years
and in
ago?
a home.
What the fuck?
Not a family home like you call a home. This was a state children's home. It was fucking awful, actually. It was like a Charles Dickens book. The roof leaked and the walls were damp some mornings. The food was bad. Drugs and alcohol were everywhere. No one cared. You had to watch your back all the time because there weren't enough staff to manage us. And yes, as you'd imagine, there was a lot of... Some bad stuff went down there with some of the staff, okay? Not all of them, but the others knew, and they didn't stop it. And then Advance won the election. And like a miracle, things started to change. They got better. They had nicer food. The home was not just repaired, but redecorated and kitted out with books and sports stuff and musical instruments and video games. Most of the staff were fired, and the new ones, which there were more of, spent time talking and working with the bullies. And you know what? A second miracle. It worked. The bullying stopped. My life, got better. Because finally...
Und sind wir jetzt pro Dictatorship? Wait, Stacey, was passiert?
Advance had the guts to do it. I joined Go-Getters, and on Liberation Night,
Ist halt erst nach dem ganzen Zeug geboren, schätze ich
when the
mal.
bombs went off and the power went out. Another miracle. I wasn't alone anymore. And that was the night I finally understood the importance of being in a team. So here's my final thought. I know the people who were doing better under the old system long to go back. You say, we were freer, but what you mean is, we were richer. But for every one of you, there is 100 of me. And even now, after all you've had taken away, you are still doing better than I am, than I likely ever will. You still have homes of your own and families of your own who love you. And I'll never have that. So maybe you should stop looking for the worst interpretation of everything this amazing government does and realise it's not for you. It's for the millions like me. And you can cry and bleat all you want, but you're never going to get your money back because it's already been spent on miracles.
Die ist noch mehr wirklich... Oh Gott, ja, okay.
Stand by. Stand by.
Let's keep making tomorrow better.
Okay.
And we're out.
Is that all right?
Yes. Yes, that was more than all right.
Nicely done. I think you might have actually given them something to think about.
So I guess you're going to be taking me back to the home now then?
We could go out somewhere and, I don't know, have a meal, talk about our options.
Das klang alles zu gut und zu ehrlich.
Security will be standing by.
Thank you.
So they're always there then?
There was a thing a few years ago now.
Oh, with that Jeremy bloke? I heard about that, everyone did. Were you here back then? Doesn't look old enough.
She's growing on me.
Yeah, she does that.
Ey, ein Segment B immerhin. Ich weiß nicht, wer Neil ist. Ich weiß es nicht. Okay, das ist für einen Augenblick, also, ne, Stacy, ich mag sie, coole Person, aber dieses letzte Ding hat sie halt komplett vorgeschrieben bekommen. Mhm. Jupp, cool, dann laut, fuck, Jesus Christ. Das wurde nicht von ihr geschrieben. Jeremy war der Typ, der sich selbst on camera die Kugel gegeben hat. Ey. Oh, denkst du, Neil ist Crazy Neil? Wow, wait, ging es in dem Song um Crazy Neil? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, zumindest mal C. You have received your full wages. Wow, worrying debt, hell yeah. Und alle, keiner haben Shares bekommen, weil keiner irgendwie Werbung spielen durfte. Ist immer noch laut. Jesus Christus. Okay, beide sind... Okay, beide stehen jetzt besser da anscheinend. Okay. Und Channel 1 hasst mich immer noch. Okay. Disrupt Text. Oh, können uns die auch mal... Ah, ne, das sind lieber... Ah, das ist jetzt nur... Jetzt kann man uns genau diese... Aber das ist ja nur das eine... Das ist ja nur... Hier. Play. Das ist ja nur das... Standby. Ja, aber hat jetzt nicht vor, wann war das, einem Jahr ungefähr, als Disrupt halt ihren großen Coup versucht haben, da sind die ja zerschlagen worden, ne? In gewisser Weise hat sie ja recht, aber ich schätze mal, dass sie von dem ganzen Shit, der außerhalb passiert ist, gar nicht so viel mitbekommen hat, dass sie eventuell merken würde, dass es keine okay Vorgehensweise ist. Ist jetzt die Frage, ob das wirklich ihre Meinung ist, oder ob sie das halt eben sagen muss, weil sie das quasi von Advance auferlegt bekommen hat. Ich glaube eher Letzteres. Weil sie zum ersten Mal den ganzen Abend halt ernst gesprochen hat und nicht unbedingt sie selbst war. Sie ist so ein genervter Teenager, schätze ich mal. Und sie hat, glaube ich, gewusst, wenn sie jetzt bei der Ansage verkackt, dann bekommt es halt zu spüren, weil sie anscheinend, sie ist zwar die Foster-Tochter, also quasi die naja, Foster-Tochter ist nicht unbedingt adoptiert, aber halt schon sowas in der Richtung, ne? Die von der Nachrichtensprecherin. Aber muss ja anscheinend doch wieder zurück ins Heim und so eng sind die beiden anscheinend. Also, das war anscheinend auch geschauspielert, diese Beziehung zwischen den beiden. Oder zumindest in dem Ausmaß. Habe ich zumindest den Anschein. Und ja, die muss jetzt zurück ins Heim. Und ja, klar, die haben halt schon ihre. Also, Leute, die jetzt quasi unter dem Regime geboren wurden und erwachsen geworden sind und halt schon die Vorteile davon verspüren. So ist es ja nicht. Also, ich sag mal, das ist ja das hatten wir letztes Mal schon mal das Thema, so ganz grob, aber Diktaturen fangen halt öfters an, indem sie für große Teile des Volks halt viele Vorteile mit sich bringen. Ne? Und so halt das Volk auf ihre Seite bekommen. Und halt, die müssen sich halt darauf verlassen, dass sie viele Leute haben, die im Zweifelsfall auch halt, wie sagt man dann, in die Bresche springen. Für die für den Staat, für die Diktatur, für das Regime, für whatever. Und jetzt im Vergleich zu, ich sag mal, wenn man jetzt in einer Demokratie lebt, oder was wir Demokratie nennen, haben wir zumindest den Vorteil, also wir beschweren uns halt über alles, was entschieden wird, aber wir tun das halt auch, weil wir es können. Ne? Und weil wir es dürfen. Und weil es unser Recht ist. Und weil das der Sinn und Zweck quasi ist von einer Demokratie, dass man halt über alles spricht und alles kritisieren kann, was man kritisieren will. Und ich denke mal, sie ist halt in einem ganz anderen Aspekt aufgewachsen, in einer ganz anderen Bedingung aufgewachsen. Schätze ich mal. Das ist jetzt nur so, keine Ahnung, von den 10 Sätzen, die sie gesagt hat, so den Vibe, den ich aufgegriffen habe. Okay, Tag 2079, Jesus Christ. Once again, you find yourself sitting inside Bozeman's office, unser Chef. Everything is pristine and orderly, just how the fastidious man likes it. Fastidious, okay. Though it's rare for him to be late, the door opens behind you just as you start to imagine the reason why. Winston, you're already here. Good. Mina, hi. Guten Abend. Well, I'll keep this brief. We both know your dedication to this role is somewhat lacking. You've been here almost 6 years, and in that time, he checks some notes on his desk. This doesn't seem like a great start. You have a problem following simple and clear instructions. A prime example of this is that you played that disrupt propaganda tape a few years back. You're still feeling the consequence of that today. He frowns and shakes his head. Well, you knew that one would probably keep coming back to bite you. Or that one would probably come back to bite you. Your involvement, whether or not it could be proved in the disrupt attacks, has not been overlooked. That night cost Channel 1 significantly, financially, and to our reputation. You would better believe if I had a shred of evidence, well, we'd clearly not be talking right now. You gulp. Your general attitude leaves much to be desired. You never willing to go above and beyond for the role. You work the extra hours when required. Refusal to attend corporate events and functions. These things are all noticed, you know. Aber ich war doch da. Is he ever going to let that go? Also ich war einmal nicht da, glaube ich. Look, Winston, I'm going to be blunt. I don't like you. I had my way, you have been out the door long... Oh, if I had my way, you'd been out the door long ago. But now we're under public ownership and it's much harder to get rid of you without an official grievance. And so far, you managed to skate around... skate just under the line. But I want you to know I'm watching for you to slip up. Now get back to work. Well, at least you know how he really feels. Dass wir immer nur so einzelne Zeitschnipsel mitbekommen, macht so die ganze Timeline ganz schwer nachvollziehbar. Tag 2303. A foregone conclusion. It's late. It's been snowing all day, and unlike everybody else, you played inside as much as possible, keeping warm. Stayed inside. I mean, normally you enjoy the snow, but today it's been nothing more than irritant. Okay. Still, you've got tomorrow off as well as as well and might actually be able to enjoy it. Sam always gets excited when they see the snow. When they were younger, they always wrap the kids up and take them out to play in it. It's been a while since that happened though. Something about a warm fire and dark nights always makes you feel nostalgic. at this time of year. The sound of the door opening startles you out of your thoughts. Hey, I'm back, Sam calls, before coming to find you in the living room. Oh, the fire's going. Lovely and cozy in here. They come and sit by you, leaning their head on your shoulder. Welcome home. How was your day? Wait, hat Sam wieder einen Job? Sam sighs. Oh, you know, the usual. Spent the morning volunteering at the menu center, making myself useful. They'd picked up the position while I'm unemployed and had to keep it going. Then in the afternoon, I went to see some friends from my old job. They're thinking of moving again, so we were looking at new places. How about you? Yeah, I'm good. Glad I've not got to go to work in that weather. So ähnlich steht da was. Mach die, Fabi. Schlaf schön. Danke fürs Reinschauen. Halt die Ohren steif. Well, tomorrow, let's make a day of it. Go for a walk, maybe. Even drag you up and go on the top of the hill with the sleds. And we can race like the old days. I don't know. We're getting a bit old, you start to object. But Sam, wow, wirklich, man ist nie zu alt zum Schlittenfahren. Wirklich, Alex, schäm dich. Oh, you're only saying that because you know I'll win. They give you a wink and a kiss before getting up, going to the kitchen, calling back over their shoulder. Losers pay the cocoa. Aw. You're very lucky to have Sam. Ich kann es gar nicht erwarten, dass Sam irgendwas passiert. Ja. Mina, wie geht's dir eigentlich? Wie war dein Tag? Wie war dein Wochenende? Time for reflection. Okay. Oh, it's been over 13 years since your dad died. You've visited his grave a few times since then. Normally during times of stress, or when you're trying to figure something out, or when you just want some space and quiet, peace and quiet. Today is no different. You feel Sam's hand on your shoulder, giving you a reassuring squeeze. Patrick Winston. You're grateful that they still have you. You're grateful that they're still here with you. Just having them by your side always seems to make things easier. The caw of a raven catches your attention as it flies away. Wer war das jetzt? Unser Vater? Und das ist Charles. Ist Charles unser Dad? Wir hatten jetzt Charles Winston und noch irgendein Winston. Vielleicht war ich auch nur blind. Charles, Charlie. Oh. 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 Ja, okay. Ja, okay. Aber war noch eben an dem Grab unseres Vaters. Wait, jetzt bin ich verwirrt. Okay, Ist er... Dann war das vielleicht doch so, wie ich es ursprünglich interpretiert. Wait, jetzt bin ich verwirrt. Vielleicht hieß unser Vater einfach auch... Ne, kann nicht sein, der ist ja nicht... Unser Vater ist ja nicht 17 geworden. Der ist nicht 17 Jahre alt. Das muss also Charlie sein. Okay, warte mal. A parent should never bury their child, particularly Charlie, who never had it. Haben wir nicht gerade davon gesprochen, dass wir zu dem Grab unseres Vaters sind? Oh, und nebendran ist vielleicht das Grab von Charlie. Particularly Charlie, who never had a chance to grow up. he had so much potential, so many dreams, so much he wanted to do, is not fair. Wenn wir damals Charlie nicht zu den Go-Getters hätten gehen lassen, wird der dann noch leben? Dann war das doch so, wie ich das damals interpretiert habe. Der ist von einem Terroristen, von einem der Disrupt-Leute in den Verbesserungscamps umgebracht worden, wahrscheinlich. Only you can change it. Susie, despite everything she's been through, is still a rock for the rest of you. She's been a great mother to the twins. Wait, Susie? Mother? Wait, when did that happen? Bin noch abgeführt. Ich glaube nicht. Ich glaube, wir haben es einfach alle falsch interpretiert, was da vorgegangen ist. Aber ich habe das Video-File noch. Wir können gleich nochmal angucken, was da genau passiert ist. Warte, wir können das gleich nochmal lesen. Warte mal. Ja. Well, she'll be a great mother to the twins. They couldn't have found a more loving home. There have been a lot of arguments over the years, but you wouldn't change a thing. You're still amazed at how far your daughter has come. She's one of the best things in your life. Your relationship with Chris has always been a bit up and down, but of late, you seem to actually be getting along. It makes a nice change and has certainly made life easier with Sam. But that's family. You got to take the good with the bad. Do you, though? She may be an Anne, albeit expensive care home now, but it's still comforting to know your mother is around. Oh, wait, die Mutter lebt noch? Even if she's barely recognizes you anymore. Her presence is always reached. Wait, haben wir nicht entschieden, dass die Mutter eben nicht... Hä? Haben wir die nicht... Okay. Welche Twins? Anscheinend hat Susie, nachdem sie eine Fehlgeburt hatte, dann doch noch Zwillinge bekommen danach? Oder ist gerade schwanger mit denen? Man kriegt immer nur so Fetzen entgegen von der Story, ey. Her presence is always reassuring. You could do with that now. You turn away and wander in the direction of the car. You can't control life, what happens, who lives and who dies. All you can do is keep going and see what gets thrown at you next. What's life if not a series of little decisions that define us? And we'll never know which ones would take us one away. And which ones brings us here. Oder adoptiert. Ich klang schon so, als wäre die schwanger, aber vielleicht auch adoptiert. Maybe. Okay, können wir ganz kurz mal Pause machen? Warte mal, ich will das aber wissen. Warte mal. Ich habe jetzt nämlich hier, ich habe das ja aufgenommen eben. Ich kann das Video an. Wer das Ding doppelt hört, wundert euch nicht.
So, jetzt aber.
Schnauze past Winter. Ich habe das Video hier, wo es um... Wait, das ist falsch. Das ist falsch aufgemacht. Wo ist denn das aktuelle? Oh, habe ich das gerade schon verschoben? Ist er schon hier drin? Vielleicht. Warte mal. Jetzt haben wir wieder ein Dings, ja, wieder ein Fernsehen. 7 years since the election. Oh Gott, okay, warte mal.
Let's try and get through this one with as little pain as possible, Winston? I know Advance have allowed the studio to fall into disrepair. It's all gone wrong since they took over. Not that the alternative would be better. We'd have been stuck with something like those dangerous psychopaths at Disrupt. But the show must go on.
Show must go on. Yeah.
Before you start, we've had a few problems with the machinery lately. Locked buttons, screens flickering on and off, bugs and the like. Try not to make things any worse. Oh, and don't forget, you've got free reign of the SFX buttons these days. Make sure to use them whenever I would deem appropriate.
Okay, no worries.
I mean, okay.
Okay, here we go. Big smiles.
I've actually gained a year. I celebrated 44 last year, but it's actually this year. It's brilliant.
You're 44. Go 5, 4,
Cool.
3.
Good evening and welcome
Spice it up with some audience responses, Alex.
I'm Megan and I'm joined as always by the inimitable Robin and Patrick. How are we?
Well, we have got so much going on tonight. I'm excited.
I'd say I'm about a 12, Megan, on the excitement scale.
Yeah, exactly.
We have got so much SoCo. We have got so much.
We have celebrity chef Jordan Rankley, who will be cooking up a storm.
We'll be announcing the winners of our big competition, Visions of the Future. And we'll be joined by a very special guest for a game of Wheel of Truth. And I'll be showing you how to make your own Leaders' Day gifts. We've got all of that and so much more tonight on The Nightly Show.
Jesus. Okay.
The fight is not over. We have grieved our loss and we have hardened our hearts. We have lived with death and we no longer fear it. There is no price too great for liberty. I can be silenced, but your thoughts cannot. And each day, just like before, we gain hearts and minds. Because the truth is like that. Irresistible. We're back. And we're only getting started.
Okay.
Right, let's have some applause on the way into the next section.
Paces by Chef Jordan Rankley. But first,
Zu früh.
London. So Robin's going to give us an update on our lovely Nightly Show pets in Pet Corner.
Fine, suit yourself.
Well, Megan, first up we have our hamster, Lord Cheeks. Now, he's a squat winter grey with the scientific name Adipem stultus, and he lives here with us in this cage. Hamsters love hoarding, and they actually have special pouches in their cheeks for storing food. He loves carrots, apples, and chewing tobacco. Now, hamsters are nocturnal, so we'll do our best not to wake him up. But let's just see if we can... Well, the door has been left open. It looks as though Lord Cheeks has actually gone for a little wander, but I'm sure he will be around here somewhere. In the meantime, let's say hello to our tortoise. Now, after last month's viewer vote, she is now, of course, called Slow Barbara. And don't panic, even though it is December, Babs here doesn't actually hibernate.
Warum habe ich wieder mein Multiplayer verloren?
Oh, she's sleeping. Oh, Babs. Well, those are our Nightly Show pets, Megan, both alive and well. Back to you.
With SFX, less is more, Alex.
Or some very similar animals at the same time tomorrow. Now then.
Warum less is more? Ich mag die Dinger zu spammen.
Patrick Bannon is with Chef Jordan Rankley, and they're going to be showing us how to knock up a delicious apple pie. It's time to go into the kitchen.
Erstmal hier. Ah, fuck.
That's right, and I'm joined here.
Fuck.
by
Das hab ich hart verkackt, das da.
Rankley, welcome to the Nightly Show kitchen. How does it compare to the kitchens you're used to?
I love the colours. It's vibrant. It's fresh. It's fun about all the arseholes. Yes?
Sorry?
What?
So, you own 6 restaurants, you've been awarded 9 Ballon Massifs across your career, and you've worked alongside the best chefs in the world. Tonight you've got me. Oh, are you worried?
Am I fucking worried? Are you worried? Are you fucking worried?
Yes.
So, what are we making today, Chef?
So, we've got a family over for Leaders' Day. They're hungry. We're going to make them a delicious apple pie.
Ooh, lovely.
It's got sweetness, it's got the acidity of the fruit, and then you get the richness of that pastry. Incredible.
Wow, okay, so where do we start?
So we've got to start by making our filling. So we've got about 1 kilogram of fresh cooking apples here. Fucking beautiful. And we're going to slice these up perfectly.
What?
Straight into the pan.
Your new show, Demon Kitchen Heart Eater, starts on Friday here on
Kitchen, das ist ein Anime, oder?
Tell us about that.
So, teams of young chefs come into my kitchen, and one by one I destroy them emotionally. And if there's time, I teach them some basic knife skills. Fuck me, Patrick. What are you doing?
What?
Shit. Is that how you cut? Fuck, you'll lose a fucking finger.
Oh, don't worry, I've got spares. Right, so once we've done that, we set these aside whilst we make the pastry. Yeah?
Yep. Boom. Yeah?
Fuck, ich drücke mal 3, wenn ich 2 drücken will. Shit.
We mix that together, and then a whole egg.
Yeah, okay, egg.
What are you doing, you fucking donkey? Are your brains the size of that fucking egg?
Oh, no, Chef.
No. Shit. Right. Mix that with a wooden spoon and work in that flour, okay? Work that into a nice ball of dough, just like that.
So, what does the notoriously fierce Jordan Rankley do to unwind?
Shit the bed.
Yeah.
What's that? What is that?
Well, it's a bit lumpy.
Lumpy? It could fucking pass for a sack of spuds. Touch that. Touch it.
What?
Yeah? Pathetic. That goes into chill. Now, we're mixing our filling.
Okay.
Apples, sugar, yes, cinnamon.
Oh Gott, die ganze Szene ist so chaotisch. Ich komme gar nicht hinterher. Ich weiß gar nicht, was passiert.
Well, you own 6 restaurants across 5 territories. Which is your favourite?
Are you mixing that or fucking it?
What?
Are you going to light a candle? Take it out to dinner? Fucking mix it for fuck's sake. Right, now we're rolling out 2/3 of our pastry. God. Bit of flour.
Ich weiß, es soll quasi Gordon Ramsay darstellen, aber sie flucht zu wenig dafür.
And the filling goes
Oh no.
right.
Okay, ja.
Do you remember how it feels to be informed? To feel connected to what has happened in the world? Do you remember Jeremy Donaldson? Because I do. I remember how he died. And now I watch this excuse of a program and I realize he was 100% right. Disrupt's first martyr died protecting this show. If you could see it now, you'd wonder why you bothered.
And then brush
Oh.
the thing.
Ja, ich bin noch dabei. Jesus Christ.
Okay. What do you think?
Oh my God. You, come here, you. That's a disgrace. I'd rather jam my eyeballs up my fucking arse than look at that. I'd rather use my tongue to tie my shoes after a fucking shit-kicking contest, do you understand?
Then it goes in the oven for 45 minutes.
Oh, put your fucking head in the oven while you're at it. Useless. You, come here, you. You're the worst fucking thing to happen to food since cyanide. Do you know that? I tell you what. Fuck off! Get the fuck out of here! Fuck off!
Yes, okay, well, while I do that, let's go now to Megan and Robin, who will be announcing the winners of our competition, Visions of the Future.
Don't forget the SFX buttons.
Well, that looks delicious.
Ich dachte, mehr ist weniger. Ich sollte mit denen chillen.
Then make sure you write in with a stamped addressed envelope and we'll send you the fact sheet. So, Robin, look at all these amazing entries to the Vision of the Future competition.
Yes, we challenged you to show us your predictions of the future, and we were just inundated with entries, weren't we, Megan? From wacky inventions to global problem solving, they are all amazing, and we had the best time looking through each one.
It was so tough narrowing it all down, so we have some amazing runners-up. In 3rd place, drumroll please, we have Hamish, who's 3 from Lunwelly. He calls this still life and the future of God, and it really blew us away. Just look at the line work here.
Ja, aber wenn ich 1 drücke, jetzt komme ich da raus, okay.
Stroke of the brush.
if you look here, you'll see a beautifully rendered, what I thought at first was a smiley face or perhaps a cat. But I think if you really look, you'll see it's actually a representation of the seeming futility of death through the eyes of the living.
Indeed. He's also chosen to
Yep.
a lot of it.
Ich sehe es.
Which I think is really interesting. If you know Hamish and his work, of course, he loves focusing on the negative space rather than the image itself.
Stunning, absolutely stunning, and such talent from one so young, Megan. But next up we have our second place entry. So in second, drum roll please, we have Keith, 41 from Dungleys. Yeah, Keith, we were sort of aiming this towards our younger viewers, but still, he has sent in his idea of the future, which he's calling Ravaged Earth.
Indeed, he says in his really rather detailed notes, deprived of basic resources, society will resort to a brutal system of weekly battles to the death, where only the victor may breathe. He also says at the bottom here, either that or about the same, but maybe a bit worse.
I really love his attention to detail. You can see the sort of gladiatorial arena, and then what?
Sieht ein bisschen aus wie ein Comic-Panel aus dem ersten.
Head and shouting,
Okay.
"Come back to me, Linda!" Oh, Keith.
Aus den ersten Max Payne.
Doors and less time entering children's.
Oder den zweiten ist es ja auch so. Falls einer gespielt hat, da waren viele der Cutscenes auch
It's time to reveal our winner. All our runners
so Cutscene, so Comic-Style und sehr gut gemacht. Muss ich auch wieder zocken. Max Payne, richtig gut. Was?
To see how our teammates are actually making the new future a reality every day. And the winner is
Ja. Cutscene.
Oh, happy with that.
Okay.
All life searching for truths. Sometimes I've found them. Other times I've not been so lucky. I used the rant about belief juice, a drug in the water. I was wrong. I admit that. It's not in the water, it's right here. In this screen, in this show. This is your belief juice. You drink it nightly, through your eyes, and it makes you stupid and assume.
It's getting involved in the party, aren't they? This one seems to have gone a bit haywire in what I can only assume is an ominous sign of things to come. Lovely, Lola.
Well, if our winners have inspired you to make some artwork of your own, do keep sending them in, and yours could be displayed in our gallery here.
Well done again to everyone who took part. We're going to take a break now, but when we come back, we'll be playing the Wheel of Truth and making some lovely homemade gifts. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
Oh, Werbung.
I don't know what you did, but it's definitely made things worse down there, Winston. Probably going to be more trouble for you in this segment. What do I care? I'm done anyway. In my notice this morning. The moment the show finishes, I'll be out the door. So you may as well just do what you want.
Yay! Okay.
Find me when you're done and I'll take you out through the loading bay.
Bei Chef? Warum D? Ey, was ist wirklich so schlecht? Chat, war ich so schlecht? Ich fand mich gut. Also, fand mich ganz in Ordnung. Guck mal, wir sind noch voll im Grün. Ey. Gut, na gut. Gut. Danke. Dankeschön. Brauche manchmal ein paar Worte der Aufmunterung. Ich wäre nachvollziehbar als Zuschauer, was du da tust. Ja, okay, ihr müsst euch, glaube ich, mehr darauf konzentrieren. Ihr konzentriert euch einfach nur auf einen dieser beiden Bildschirme hier oben. Und ich gucke hier unten drauf.
Stretched again.
I've had to use a high-pass filter.
It's a revolution, Colin.
Well, can you ask them to keep it down a bit?
Jenny, where's Glyn? Can we get him out here? I'm not sure about this grandma one.
Oh, he's writing with our other guest at the moment.
I just wouldn't say grandma.
Grandmother?
Yes, grandmother's arsehole. That's much better.
Oh, okay, everyone.
What?
Apparently there's been some sort of disturbance near the studio. Now, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about, but I wanted to let you know that I've asked for extra security and they're already on their way.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, 10 seconds, so positions.
Okay, ich glaube, das Robs sind wieder auf dem Weg zu uns. Kann das sein?
Laughing, and we're going in 5, 4, 3.
A bit more audience reaction would be nice, Alex.
No, I'm sorry, we were just saying we can't wait to taste Patrick's pie.
Oh, I don't know, I think I could wait.
Well, here it is, fresh out the oven.
Ah.
Amazing. Jordan, how did our Patrick do?
Well, let's just say that pie's got more crust than my grandmother's arsehole.
Well, thank you for that. Well, come on, try it. Dig in. Yeah. Okay.
Das wird kein Überleben wahrscheinlich von denen.
Oh my god. Oh, that's really something, Patrick. That's delicious. But now you better go and get ready for that next feature.
Da sind Eierschalen drin. Sorry. My bad, sorry.
Deal of truth with our celebrity guests. But I know what you're thinking. Megan, we've only got one celeb guest. Well observed, viewers, well observed. Well then, I better bring her out. Should I? The surprise guest? What do you think? Here she is, best-selling author, lawyer and thinker. I mean, she's only the blooming team leader. It's Julia Salisbury.
Prime Minister Julia Salisbury.
Oh, welcome.
Hätte ich das gewusst, hätte ich ein Buch rausgeschickt. Was denn?
Oh, Megan, you look incredible.
Ich war vielleicht in der falschen Kamera.
Say the same thing. Now, don't get too comfortable. It's time to head over to Robin and Patrick as we play Wheel of Truth.
That's right, it's that part of the show where we pit our celebs against each other to see if we can break them.
That's right, Robin. They're gonna spin the wheel to pick a round, and it could be anything from box of flies to slap my face. They really have no idea what's in store.
So up first we have Jordan.
Oh.
Let's give it a spin.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, let's see what you've landed on. Okay, it's fact or fib.
Fact or fib?
Jordan, is it true that you've been known to order takeaway for a dinner party and pass it off as your own cooking?
It's one fucking time. One time.
Well, I think if that pie was anything to go by, you did them a favour.
Oh, not so fast there, Julia. Fact or fib? We've heard you've got a very interesting way of saving time during the laundry.
Oh my God!
Why don't you tell us about it?
You absolute no, I can't. Okay, what
Okay.
It's early morning as I record this. Maybe you'll see this tonight, or next week, or never. It takes a lot to even get these on the air. So many small acts of rebellion. So don't worry. The fact that you can hear this at all proves it.
I can't wait!
No! Honestly, raise my taxes. We're clearly not paying you enough.
Come to my dressing room after the show. We'll sort you out.
Are you blushing, Patrick? Is all this talk of bras embarrassing you?
Blushing? I mean, I'm not blushing. Come on then, you, Julia. Spin the bloody wheel.
Let's do it.
Wheel of Truth.
Here we go. Oh, it's Guess That Face. I'm going to show you a picture and you simply have to guess that face. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Julia. Oh, who's that?
Oh my God!
Is that you?
Yes! Look, it was a very difficult time fashion-wise.
That hairdo is fucking hilarious.
No, don't. I think it's sweet.
The mullet is as popular now as it's ever been.
Oh, well, don't get too ahead of yourself there. Jordan.
Oh.
Who?
Oh.
Is this? Does that look familiar at all?
Oh, wow! Well, I'm glad I was getting fashion advice from someone who managed to make 7 look like 85.
Shit, hell. Where did you find that monstrosity? I look like I'm haunting the fucking place.
Right. We've got to move on. Jordan, let's have another spin.
Okay, here we go.
Wheel of Truth.
Wheel of Truth.
Okay. Oh,
It's my go time. You go. Go on. Sorry, I'm so keen. Let's go so much.
Mein fucking Board fällt gleich auseinander, ey.
It's fact or fish.
Fact. Fisch.
If you look
Anonym behalte ich zurück.
find a lovely
Keine Fischspanz, bitte.
smoothie. Now, I'm going to ask you both a
Fish
question. And all
smoothie.
you have to do is answer it honestly, or else you'll have to drink the smoothie. Okay?
Fish Smoothie.
Yes, here we go. Which of your esteemed hosts is the more talented one? Oh, what a cop out! How is it? How is it? Fucking neutral. Oh, we made it extra fishy.
War das Fischmilch?
Well, we've got time for
Fischmilch.
spin, so come Julie.
Überall Fischmilch. Was zur Hölle wurde aus dieser Sendung, bitteschön? Das war mal eine Nachrichtensendung, ne? Irgendwann vor 20 Jahren.
Okay, so, Julia, take a look in that box under your desk there.
I think Lord Cheeks is trying to get in on the game. Oh, bless him.
Julia, what have you got in that box? It's not cheese, is it?
It's not cheese.
Juggling balls? What am I supposed to do with these?
Well, give it a go for us.
But I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Come on.
Yes, let's all dance to a tune. Dance, puppets, dance.
What?
She's doing it. She's fucking doing it.
Wow, that was so impressive. I have to say, unexpected. Well, gosh, that was our game of Wheel of Truth, and my God, wasn't that fun?
Okay, it really was, wasn't it? But now it's time to head over to Megan in Crafty Corner.
Has the audience gone to sleep? Remember the S-Effect buttons.
Join me in Crafty Corner, where today I'm going to be ably assisted.
Ich muss schon zwischen einzelnen
Over here. Goodness me.
Szenen her schalten. Jetzt noch Soundeffekte zu schießen, das überfordert mich ein bisschen.
I used to be at Peter Clement's house.
Oh, well, I hope you've got your artsy hat on, because today we're going to be making something very close to my heart. It's our little studio. Look at that. Isn't it adorable? Oh, all of us there on the sofa.
Wow. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, is that all you in there?
Yeah, it is. If we can just get a little zoom in, there we are. Oh, I don't know about you, Julia, but I always leave my holiday shopping to the last minute.
Oh, every year. I do it every year.
Well, luckily these make amazing gifts. Shall we get cracking?
Oh, yes, please.
We're going to start with a shoe box here. And Julia, that's it. Grab those scissors. I just want you to get rid of this front.
Ich fühle mich gerade wie so auf, keine Ahnung, seit 1 morgens Fernsehen.
Yes, no.
Einfach zwei Personen da sitzen und einfach sich unterhalten. Und das ist Fernsehen dann.
Right, that's the best bit about any holiday. It's all that food.
This bit as well.
Absolutely right. Cutting along the line there. Do be careful with the scissors at home. Make sure you're being supervised if you are a child. There we go. Fabulous. Okay, so it's going to look a little like this. And I've got one here I made earlier. We painted it with a bit of poster paint, white to match our lovely curtains here in the studio, but you can obviously have whichever backdrop you like.
Like a nice shiny gold number.
Well, exactly right. So we're going to make bits of our set now to put in the studio, perhaps a little desk. So I'm just going to grab this.
Die haben keinen Wow-Soundeffekt. Ich brauche einen. Ich habe ja selber einen. Ich mache einfach.
I'll give you this one, Julia. Shall I? There you go. And all you need to do is cut along the lines there. Fabulous. So what's the best part of any Leaders' Day dinner, do you reckon?
I don't even have to think about it. Really? I love the 3 potato pie.
3 potato pie? I don't know that one.
You know, with the chips covered in the mash or wrapped up in a jacket potato. Is that just me that does that?
I don't know, but that sounds starchy. Well done, Julia. So now she's folding over a little bit there. What it's going to look like at the end is this little rectangular shape there. And we're going to pop it in the middle. A bit of sticky tape back there. So
4 Emotionen reichen mir nicht. Ich brauche auf jeden Fall mehr Emotionen.
We're going to make that out of a lovely paper cup.
Knocking everything
Knocking it all over.
I got one that
Fantastic.
Mal einfach, oh.
Along the line here, down the middle. Exactly right. Then when you've done that, around the bottom and again around the top. Well done. When you're done,
Spam it.
it's going to look a little something like this. And look what I've done there. I've stuck some felt down. Nice and comfortable sofas.
Yes, can't have our tiny Megan having an uncomfortable sofa, can
Well,
we?
absolutely not.
She'll be on the phone to her tiny agent and getting someone tiny fired.
Yeah. Well, there's only one thing missing, isn't there, Julia? What is that?
A higher calibre of guests.
Nearly. It's people. So all we've done to make our little people is we've stuck a cocktail stick into a bottle cap. We just need a face for that now. I've got a good one here. I know it well.
Faces.
It's me. Lovely. I'm going to stick it down there. A little bit of sticky tape. Oh, my felt's going
Warum?
everywhere. There we go.
Oh, das hab ich verstanden.
Lonely. Let's take Robin and Patrick over. Sitting down on the couch over there.
There you go. And well, I'll make myself just comfortable just there. Yeah, there we go.
And these, of course, are all
Lovely.
made and cut out of our favourite newspapers or magazines, so you can have any guests you like. Julia, is there anyone else you'd like in a studio?
Oh, yes. Well, I'm going to be playing Wheel of Truth with Ronnie from Heat Rash.
Nice.
Yes, put that away. Yes, he's going to be teaching me choreography, and I'll be teaching him foreign policy.
And of course, you can decorate them however you want. Perhaps you're a bit, I don't know, nostalgic for the old look of our studio. We've got the blue studio down there. Or even a bit of retro red. I've got Sheila quick-stepping into...
No.
Oh,
Jeremy.
sorry, that's not supposed to be...
Oh, well, we're out of time, I'm afraid, Megan. It's time
Jeremy,
for...
I miss you.
When we come back, I'll be on the couch of chat talking to some of you, and I just cannot wait. We'll be back after these messages.
Okay, before we suffer through the last...
Wait.
What's that? Seems to be a little kerfuffle in the corridor. One moment.
At least one of us is in control.
Übernehmen die jetzt schon das Fernsehprogramm? Ich bin da kein Fan davon.
Should we be worried? We've got the Prime Minister. It's good that she's here. She's the reason for the extra security.
Are we going to need it?
Possibly. They're back.
It's not very reassuring.
I know. Good thing I'm not your mum, right?
C. Immerhin. Hätte schlimmer sein können. Okay, heute war der letzte Tag unseres Chefs, ne? Kann das sein, dass es nicht nur der letzte Arbeitstag war, sondern vielleicht auch naja, es klang, oh, der Pixelhimmel öffnet sich so langsam und, glaube ich, Pixel Jesus steigt gleich hier herab und nimmt Boseman mit ins, wo auch immer ein Boseman hingeht, wenn ihm das Leben potenziell vielleicht von Disrupt-Mitarbeitern.
It's bad, Mum.
No?
Not like before. So much more than we were expecting. And they're better organised this time. Like someone experienced is running things.
Well, we stopped them before. We can do it again. Thank you, Sarah.
One more thing, Mum.
Yes?
Apparently
Mum?
there's chatter about you. I've requested backup, but well, we're stretched pretty thin, Mum.
I receive death threats like other people receive post. I've learned to take it all with a pinch of salt.
Of course, Mum.
Thank you, Sarah.
That sounded deeply worrying.
Oh, you get used to it. I have.
I hope I don't have to.
Oh, didn't Boseman tell you?
Tell us what?
Oh, I'm sure he'll tell you when the time's right. Forget I said anything.
You literally didn't. Going in 10 seconds.
I don't think she likes me very much.
Oh, no, that's just how she shows love.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the nightly show where it's time to get a little intimate with the Prime Minister on the couch of chat. Prime Minister, it's great to still have you with us.
Thanks, Megan. Although maybe now's the right time to tell you that you're going to be seeing an awful lot more of me.
Oh, why is that?
Well, I am delighted to announce that starting next week, I will be the new...
Miss Salisbury, could you get ready to accompany me, please? Please remain in place, Mum. This won't take a moment. Sit rep.
We do apologise to our viewers at home for this unexpected interruption.
I'm sure it's nothing to worry about.
Right, understood. Everyone, please remain calm.
How can I help?
Can you clear everyone out of that area? Everyone.
Okay, everyone, if we could just clear away from these studio doors. Yeah, that's right, just behind the cameras, please.
Do those doors look? Is that Colin with the headphones on? Hey, mate, can you lock the doors? Can you not hear me?
Colin! Colin!
He can't hear us.
I'll do it.
No, miss, too late. I'm law enforcement, load your weapons on!
The fuck?
Stay at the door, lock it tight, and don't let anyone in. Yes, sir.
Oh, hi.
Now listen, there's no need for anyone
Sit back down!
Of course, whatever you say.
Are we still live?
Yes, we're live.
Good. It's time for some real news. You, mic me up. Is it working?
I just need to check.
Is it working?
It's working.
Good. Over there, on your knees. Now. You, next to him. Move!
You okay, Colin?
Shitty birthday. Not the worst one I've had, though.
Let them go, Mr. James. It's me you want.
Don't flatter yourself. You're not the target here. You're just a bonus.
Oh my God, is it me?
We're not here to take out a person.
Nicht, wenn das Mikro an der Jacke ist, Junge. Oh,
It's in the whole fucking show. Which camera?
Ja, also.
I know you're watching this. In your vans, planning your counterattack. But please, try and control yourselves. Or, well, I'm sure you know the rest.
Alan, we can talk about this.
Oh, we will. I have a lot of questions.
There's no need for anyone to get hurt.
Where was that attitude during the uprising? You know, the night your thugs killed my friends.
There are innocent people here.
Says the woman who killed 14 million of them. No, I don't feel any great need to answer to you. In fact, get over here.
I don't take orders.
Come here! You move when I tell you to! Give me that.
Alan, don't do it. You're not an executioner.
What am I then, eh? You tell me, Megan Wolf, what the fuck am I?
Just a man who's just way in over his head.
Don't patronise me, you smug bitch. I'm not one of your little helpers. Get over here. Kneel beside her. You're just as fucking guilty as she is.
Guilty of what, you fucking psychopath?
All of it! She sat there, smiling, and let it all happen. Jeremy Donaldson died for this programme. And she let it become this. Bread and circuses. Bread and fucking circuses!
Don't you say his name.
I beg your pardon?
I said, don't you say his name. You don't get to do that!
You're angry at the wrong person, love. She's the one that killed him. The first victim of her benevolent slaughter. Not the last, though.
All I am hearing is crazy.
Well, maybe you should hear it from the source. Confess. Confess.
Ich kann jetzt auch
Fine.
für Disrupt zensieren. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Stop!
Answer my questions. Or she dies next. Yep. Then her.
Tell him what he wants to hear.
Ask your questions.
Better. First question. How did you actually think this was all going to end?
In a better world.
Bullshit.
It's the truth! When we came into power, everything was broken. The system worked for so few. There was hunger and poverty and real pain. But you never saw that, Mr. James, because you were doing just fine, thank you very much. And my side? We were too weak, too meek. It was all good intentions and second chances and playing by the rules. Well, do you know where playing fair gets the people at the bottom? Because of fucking nowhere. Someone had to be prepared to actually fight, to do what was required. So I did it. Because no one else was going to.
14 million people.
To save the 60 million here? What would you have done? Let us all starve to death?
You should have found another way.
There was no other way.
Is that how Peter Clement saw it?
was weak. I loved him more than I have ever loved anyone, but he was soft. He wouldn't have allowed it to happen. And afterwards, he couldn't sleep. It haunted him. I think it would have killed him in the end anyway. But that's on me, Mr. James. What's on you?
We're not discussing me. Didn't you hear? Disrupt died on the night of the uprising.
Then how have we been watching you for months?
Watching me?
You're not the only one who knows how to get people on the inside. We knew you'd pop your grubby little head up again, and we've been collecting information just in case you did. There's a recording, a meeting of the so-called Disrupt leadership. It's tiny hidden cameras, very high-tech. Perhaps the public should see what your bosses are talking about when there's no one else around.
We have people at the network jamming your signals, messing with your broadcast room. We'll stop you.
We have people too, and they've been doing this an awfully long time. Prepare the footage on screen 4. I guess it's up to the broadcast room.
I don't know.
That footage. She dies.
Play it, Alex. Play the tape. I've seen it. It's important. It's gonna blow us up anyway, so just play the fucking tape.
Okay. Ich meine, Wahrheit, I guess. Ach du Scheiße.
Namaste, you guys. Good morning.
Still rises from some of the wreckage. Apparently, it's too dangerous to send in men to put out the fires.
We have all lost that to which we were attached.
5 years, General, and still it burns. That is why this cannot be allowed to happen again.
Then we are all agreed. Once normality returns, we will proceed in a process of sanitization.
Okay, ich pause hier kurz. Hallo liebe Raiders, einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Wow, das ist aber, also auf die Nanosekunde, das perfekte Timing, ey. Hallo liebe Raiders. Hi Sky, hi Luzi. Max Holmes, einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Cherry, wie geht's, wie steht's? Schön, dass ihr hier seid. Willkommen, willkommen. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ich weiß nicht mal, auf welcher Seite ich bin, ey. Ich weiß es nicht. Die sind beide scheiße, ey. Wie war euer Stream? Luzi, was habt ihr getrieben? Erzähl mal. Ich hoffe, euch geht's allen gut. Auf gar keiner. Ja, eigentlich, ne? Ich bin nur ein bisschen heiser. Alles gut, Sherry. Ich werde sehr schnell heiser. Das ist morgen oder übermorgen wieder gut. Ja, willkommen zu Not for Broadcast. Ein sehr, sehr spezielles Videospiel. Und er kommt quasi wahrscheinlich zu einem der wichtigsten Stellen, was euch ohne Kontext wahrscheinlich nicht viel sagen wird, aber ja. Ich werde jetzt mal wieder auf Play drücken und dann hinterher erkläre ich vielleicht ein bisschen was dazu, weil, ne, kein Kontext. Cyberpunk, nice. Sau cool. Wie fandest du es bisher? Ja, das Game ist lang. Der Anfang ist lang. Die ersten paar Chapter sind lang, bis halt das Game wirklich losgeht. Aber die sind cool. Deswegen alles zeigen, niemand wird... Deswegen habe ich auch jetzt nicht für Disrupt zensiert. Ich hätte es machen können, aber nee, Wahrheit und so, ne? Ich mag's, ja. Freut mich. Ist glaube ich, ein echt gutes Game. Jetzt, wo es fertig ist. Island. Happy Luck. So, wir machen weiter. Sind das die Chefs von Disrupt?
My estimates suggest that we will need to expunge at least 45,000 in each territory, and if we are to be certain, many hundreds of thousands more. There'll be regional variations, of course, but the numbers will remain surprisingly consistent.
It will be an industrial procedure. We will need facilities.
Undoubtedly.
Oh, my people can deal with that. They're experienced in clandestine construction and
challenging conditions.
But it would have to be all of them, General. The intellectuals, the radicals,
Oh,
the
yes.
free thinkers, anyone who does not understand and accept the natural order of existence.
Of course, Jacob. There can be no fertile ground left for these ideas to take root again.
There will be resistance. We should also consider relatives and close friends. They will no doubt have been exposed to dangerous ideologies anyway.
That could be millions of people.
Yes, but we can manage it. I mean, once the processing is up and running, we can streamline it.
You're certain you can manage these numbers, General?
Oh, yes, Viscount, possibly more. And then there's the transition centres. They can be easily repurposed.
Well then, this is marvellous. Marvellous, gentlemen.
There is one other matter to discuss. Our colourful spokesman.
Mr. James. He's useful, for now. His appearance works well for us with the common classes.
But he'll have to go too, him and all his type.
Oh, yes.
On that I think we can all agree. Let him dance today for the masses who clap and cheer, and then later we cut his strings.
Obviously. The face of the future looks nothing like Mr. James.
Yes. I remember when we had troublesome cadets in a unit, we used to send them on a doomed mission. Gave their relatives something to be proud of, an honourable death of a loved one. Stopped them asking some troublesome questions.
An excellent solution. Mr. James is full of passion. Let him consume himself with it.
Shall we turn to the matter of a new curriculum?
Oh, yes.
Bad choice, Alex. Kill her. No, wait. Better yet. This is on you.
Songbird down! Repeat, songbird down!
Everybody stop!
Lower your weapons. Think about this, Mr. James. No one else needs to die today.
I agree. In 4 minutes' time, a helicopter is going to land on the roof of this building. I will be making my way up there and boarding that helicopter. And then I'll be on my way. And as you so observantly pointed out, no one else will need to die here today. I imagine you'll be joining me on the roof.
You know I can't let you leave this room. Alan Stephen James, you are formally requested for dialogue. Under Section 12 of the Mental Health and Antisocial Activity Act, if you refuse to collaborate, I am clinically empowered to intervene. Anything you say can and will be used in efforts towards your betterment.
You're arresting me. Do you not see this?
A palliative advisor will be made available to you at no cost. Do you understand these advantages as I have expressed them to you?
You must be fucking kidding me!
The patient has refused to engage.
You have no power here! If I take my thumb off this trigger...
The patient is a clear and present danger.
I don't understand.
Centigrade received. Target neutralized. Headquarters, I can confirm intelligence. The device was sabotaged by person or persons unknown. 4 civilian casualties present, including Songbird. Is anyone else injured?
Mein Gehirn ist injured.
All other hostages traumatized, but otherwise unharmed. Why are these lights on?
We're broadcasting your live.
Control, any transmission stopped immediately.
No, you can't just cut the signal. We have to say something. We can't just leave them. We have to say something.
I think everyone's seen more than enough.
Piep. Hallo? Nein, das ist ekelhafter Ton. Bitte nicht, Dankeschön. Okay. Wait, what?
The god smiles like a million instas, breaking the heart of wit.
Wow. Moment. Halt, stopp. Lawrence Bundlecloth remains beloved in a nation and hated in the industry. Jesus is still seeking funding to get to the moon. You also need scientists and engineers. Little C's career moved from strength to strength. She was recently released a line of scented sex candles. What? Ich habe so viele Fragen, ey. It's gonna leave us hanging like this. Ich meine, ich glaube, das ist so ziemlich die Hauptaussage des Spiels. Ne? In der Realität gibt's keine klaren Helden, keine Guten und keine Bösen. Es gibt Meinungen und politische Richtungen und Wege, Probleme zu lösen oder zumindest Probleme, die man selbst als Probleme sieht, zu lösen. Und im Endeffekt ist alles immer irgendwo subjektiv. Genau. Ich meine, keine Ahnung, wir sind, glaube ich, in einer relativ rebellischen Gesellschaft, doch. Weswegen wir wahrscheinlich ziemlich oft mit Disrupt, also okay, auf der einen Seite, das war eine Diktatur, die mehrere Millionen Leute in die Luft gesprengt hat, ne? Dass man halt gegen die vorgeht, klar, ne? Everything sucks, the end. Das heißt, everything sucks. Nee, das ist halt, ne, die Realität ist nie so einfach, wie sie im Film oder in Büchern dargestellt ist. Das heißt aber nicht, dass es schlecht ist. Das heißt einfach, dass die Realität einfach komplexer ist. Ne, man erwartet, despite her death, Helena Catsbury continues to work. I'm sorry, what? Wir sind halt durch Film und Fernsehen darauf getrimmt worden, dass es immer einen klaren Bösewicht gibt. Und etwas, ein klares Ziel, das man bekämpfen muss. Das für jeden erkennbar ist. Wohingegen in der Realität hast du halt meistens immer erst die Aufgabe, dich zu informieren. Und hast die Aufgabe zu wissen, für welche Zukunft du kämpfen willst. Für, keine Ahnung, für welche Ziele du dich ansetzen willst. Genau. So, Herr der Ringe, Sauron ist böse und wir tragen den Ring ins Feuer. So einfach ist es halt nicht in der Realität. Und auch wenn das jetzt halt sehr, wie soll ich sagen, erstmal sehr unzufriedenstellend ist. Crazy Knight lives in the capital with his 9th and 10 wives. He now sells mostly indulgences. Okay. Ich meine, wir haben Crazy Neil so viel Werbespots gegeben, ey. Ja, das Spiel hat schön die ganze Zeit, ich meine, du erwartest, dass du für ein gutes Ziel arbeitest und quasi am Ende eine zufriedenstellende Lösung hast. Aber darum ging es nicht. Es ging in dem Spiel darum, dem Publikum so viel Wahrheit zu zeigen wie möglich. Und hat schon gezeigt, was für Nachrichten relevant sind und welche nicht. Ne? Ich meine, die ganze Nachrichtensendung ist im Verlaufe der, 5, 6, 7, 8 Stunden, halt von einer relativ normalen Nachrichtensendung, auch mit viel Unsinn vielleicht zwischendurch, zu einer kompletten, Farce geworden. Hi Ike. Schönen guten Abend. The picturesque town of wie ist es, Blumsey? Die Stadt, die durchgehend nach Furz riecht. Ja, jetzt haben wir wahrscheinlich eins von 20 verschiedenen Enden. Ach du Scheiße. Ich kann mir gut vorstellen, dass es da halt etliche Enden gibt. Das da war wahrscheinlich das neutrale Ende, ne? Keiner hat gewonnen, so ziemlich. Die Diktaturtante wurde erschossen, der
Following the declaration of a state of emergency, General Masters, who has granted himself extraordinary powers, insists they will only last 6 months. It is believed that political leaders are still being held under house arrest by the military on charges of election rigging, though the general is yet to produce any evidence to support this claim. As clashes between protesters and troops continue in Western Square this evening, I want to once again urge our viewers to stay safe as soldiers begin to patrol our streets, enforcing a curfew.
Oh, cool. Und jetzt wird das Ganze zum Militärstaat, weil beide Mächte, die um die Herrschaft gekämpft haben, beide ausgeschaltet wurden. 14 Enden? Das Spiel hat 14 Enden. Ach du Scheiße. Können wir die anderen auch gucken? Da, zeig. Ne. 14. Wie, aber, like, also, like, so viele verschiedene. Also erstmal, ich schätze mal, allein die Entscheidung, unseren Sohn zu Beginn zu den Go-Getters zu schicken, hat schon Auswirkungen gehabt. Wie lange ging der Run jetzt? Oh Gott, warte mal. Ich sag mal 4, 6, knapp 10 Stunden. Naja, vielleicht nicht ganz, aber 8, 9 würde ich sagen. Aber ich schätze mal, die restlichen Enden kann man jetzt einfacher freischalten, weil man viel überspringen kann. Ich schätze mal, also allein vom Bauchgefühl her kann man wahrscheinlich die restlichen Enden in einer Stunde oder so freischalten. Aber ich weiß es auch nicht. Challenge Room. Auch eine Challenge Room. Man kann auch andere Dinge, andere Herausforderungen quasi sich widmen. Ich denke mal, viel hat auch damit zu tun, wie die Bewertungen allgemein sind. Gibt sicher ein Ende, wo man halt nur für den Kanal arbeitet und halt das tut, was der will. Ob man Jeremy davon abhalten könnte? Vielleicht. Indem man einfach, was nicht, so dem ganzen, ich weiß es nicht. Archive. Wir können uns alle Broadcasts nochmal angucken. Es gibt, oh Gott, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ich glaube, 10 Sendungen quasi. 10 Nachrichtensendungen. Können wir es ja nochmal Load Game. Ja, wir können halt. Ja. Wir müssen jetzt von vorne quasi anfangen, alles nochmal spielen. Gut, die einzelnen Szenen dauern immer nur so 20 Minuten, schätze ich mal. 10 mal 20 Minuten, na gut. Aber trotzdem, ne? Keine Ahnung. Die Frage, ob das Interesse wäre, halt die anderen Enden mal rauszufinden. Aber das wäre ein längeres Projekt. Das wäre auf jeden Fall eine Geschichte, wo man dann erstmal schauen muss, okay, ich müsste mal vielleicht einen Playthrough haben, wo ich dann komplett nur für Disrupt bin, oder als nächstes müssten wir einen machen, wo wir komplett für Advanced sind und dann je nachdem, wie gut wir abschneiden. Ich frage mich, wie viele Entscheidungen zwischen den eigentlichen TV-Sendungen wirklich auf die Enden sich ausspielen. Muss ja nicht. Was ist Telethon? Oh Gott, ich habe was geklickt. Das war, glaube ich, ein Fehler. Ja, ich frage mich, wie viele Pfade es quasi gibt, weil die müssen ja dann auch je nachdem, keine Ahnung, wie man sich entscheidet und welche Ergebnisse daraus entstehen. Was habe ich jetzt gestartet? Wow. Spannend. Okay, ja. Also, gibt auf jeden Fall noch genügend, wie soll ich sagen, andere so, naja, andere Nebenaktivitäten, die man tun kann. Also das Spiel ist randvoll mit Dingen, die man tun kann. So verschiedene Profiles, Schwimmunter, das bin ich. Archive, Change with Ops and Lectures. Was war jetzt im Archive? Da kommen wir hier hin, genau. Da können wir jetzt auch die ganzen... Aber auch hier schreiben wir noch mehr frei wahrscheinlich, oder? Hier können wir die ganzen Werbedinger uns angucken. Go-Getters Nightmare. I'm sorry, what? Oh Gott, oh no. Ich hab den Furby gesehen.
Your children are our future.
What?
Advance knows this, and we're making sure we get to them while they're young. The
Ach so.
Getters Initiative will put your children in the picture.
Gut, das war aber auch eines der... Warum gibt es in der Realität jetzt ein Tape, das eigentlich nur in unserem Kopf existiert hat? Es gibt ja deutlich mehr als 3 Enden. Es gibt 12 Enden. Ja. Gucken wir eher mal als Wort oder misch mich da aber auch nicht ein. Hab kaum was mitbekommen von dem Spiel. Was meinst du als Wort? Also als Off-Video. Ja, aber habe überlegt, ob ich quasi das nicht streamen, die restlichen Enden zu versuchen, sondern ein Video draus mache. Also erstmal, das da wird auch alles auf YouTube hochgeladen. Wir können das dann in Ruhe angucken und vielleicht mit Ideen um die Ecke kommen. Einerseits finde ich, die anderen Enden zu sehen, andererseits finde ich es für den Stream zu anstrengend. Ja, es ist halt, okay, ich hätte echt viel Interesse. Okay, warte mal, ich gehe mal hier raus einmal. Ja, Jesus. Hi. Ich hätte auf jeden Fall Interesse, die anderen Enden zu sehen. Und ich glaube, das Format YouTube-Video würde sich dafür sehr anbieten. Aber das müsste halt auch dann heftig runtergeschnitten werden. Genau. Dass man vielleicht aus nochmal einem 6 oder vielleicht mal 3-4 Stunden Run, sagen wir mal, vielleicht dauert jetzt ein Run nur noch so ein paar Stunden, dass man sowas dann halt auf 1 Stunde runterschneidet. Aber das ist halt auch viel Arbeit. Und ich weiß nicht, ob ich die Zeit dafür habe, das zu tun. Das ist halt dann auch mindestens ein Abend, der dann flöten geht. Wahrscheinlich 2, 3. Ne? Allein das zu spielen ist ein Abend. Und das zu schneiden, Nummer 2 wahrscheinlich. Ich hätte auch viel Bock, sowas zu machen. Nur ich glaube, da würde ich meine Zeit eher darauf investieren, noch so ein paar Indie-Samstag-Best-Ofs zu machen. Das sind alles Dinge, wenn ich das hier so hauptberuflich machen würde, würde ich sagen, kein Ding. Bauen wir. Ist mein Jam. Hätte ich voll Bock drauf. Aber es ist Zeit. Mal gucken. Vielleicht reitet mich noch irgendein wildes Tier, sowas mal anzugehen. Aber zumindest immer nicht in allernächster Nähe. Aber mal so nüchtern gesprochen, das Spiel ist saugut. Ich finde das Spiel saugut. Du baitest mehr Subs. Subs bringen mir nichts auf meinem Weg zum hauptberuflichen Dasein als eines Streamers. Das ist nicht der Knackpunkt. Ist ja eh jeder im fucking Chat ist subscribed. Ich bin so gesegnet mit euch. Ich glaube, hier ist wirklich, keine Ahnung, 90% der Leute, die hier rumhängen, sind gesubbt. Und ihr wisst, dass das niemals in irgendeiner Form wichtig ist. Sondern entweder haben wir Leute, die schmeißen einfach mit Subs um sich, oder die meisten anderen haben einfach Bock, das zu tun. Und ja. Das Spiel echt krass gut, und werde das, wenn du das streamen oder ein Video daraus machen würdest, würde ich es höchstwahrscheinlich anschauen. Aber ich verstehe, wenn du es nicht machen willst, wegen Zeit und so. Okay. Ich würde sogar so wagen, ich hätte da Lust drauf und ich will das auch. Okay, ich will das machen. Ich weiß, dass es so viel Zeit in Anspruch nehmen würde, dass ich wahrscheinlich, ich sag mal, vielleicht das erste Video in einem Monat fertig hätte, zu einem neuen Ende. Und dann wäre aber auch die Luft wieder raus. Ne? Was soll ich meinen? Aber mal gucken, ich verspreche nichts. Aber ich halte mir die Option offen.